I welcome you on board to your next step into your German language advance. We will start with learning a new case and therefore finishing all the cases in this package of the A2 level. But before we're going to perfectionize your understanding of the cases, here a repeat why we actually need the cases. So this is the video that you already saw in the A1 package, and let's have a quick overview about why there are actually cases in German and for what we need it. And after that, we're going to learn the dative and the genitive. So I welcome you on board, stay fresh and enjoy the knowledge. Welcome you on board today of this great day for a great lecture. For you today, you will understand one of the most important aspects of the German language, which is the so-called cases or die Fälle. This topic might be something completely new for you, as for example, cases are absolutely not existing in English, for example, at all. So it might be the first time you are ever in contact with this topic. For you to understand this topic, we will work instantly with an example. If I would say, I see the man, or I would say, I follow the man, I follow the man, then in both cases, we're having the article the, and the article the is not changing in both situations. While in German, that is very different. If I say, I see the man, it is, ich sehe den Mann. Ich sehe den Mann. I see the man. Here again, you see how close German and English is. I sehe, see, the Mann, man. I see the man. Now, if I say, I follow the man, then this is translated as, ich folge dem Mann. Ich folge dem Mann. Now you see here in both situations that the article is changing completely, the ending. So it is den with an N, or it is dem with an M. And this is what we call the cases. The cases are changing certain things in the sentence, including the articles. What it changes exactly, you will learn in the following chapters. But the question here is, first of all, what is activating the cases? What is defining that I use an N here and an M here? And second of all, what is the use of these cases, why we actually use them? To answer the first question, what actually defines what case needs to be used, what defines that we need to use an N here, is the verb, the action. And the action here is the verb to see. The verb to see is in the category of verbs we call the accusative verbs. What the accusative is, you learn in another chapter. But roughly about, it is everything that has to do with senses, like to see, to hear, to taste. These are all part of the accusative. So this action, to see, this verb, is defining that we need here an N, that we need the case of the accusative, which needs an N. Now in the second example, there is an action to follow, which is in the category of verbs that are defining a status. Like to follow is a status. It can be physically, like a movement, but here it can also be, for example, a mental following, like you follow somebody on Facebook or on Twitter. So it can also be just mental following, while here it is a movement, and these verbs, these actions, require the so-called dative. You will learn about the dative in the A2 package, not in the A1 package. But by this example, you clearly see that it is the verb that defines the case, and the case is therefore to support the description of the action, to support how the action is described. So you can have the action in the sentence, and then the action is also defining that the sentence is changing. For example, the articles are changing. So the case support the description of the action and the action equals the verb. So the verb is therefore activating the case, but you will learn also in the A2 package that there is another kind of word that can activate the case, which is called the preposition. So the verb or the preposition activates the case. What the preposition is, you will learn later. Don't worry about this now. We're here first of all to understand the cases in relation to the verbs. Good. Now the second question, why do you actually need this case? Well, there is no real need of the case at all. As you see in English, the language works perfectly without the cases. As in English, in both situations, you just use the. But the cases are probably an ancient form of language which required more detailed description. And there is one more use case that might be an advantage for the case. For example, if you have, let's say, a call and you say, hey, I see the man, or you then say, I follow the man, then both is understandable. But now, if you have the call breaking up and the other person just understands the man instead of I see the man, and the man instead of I follow the man. In both situations, for both sentences, the other person on the phone understands only the man because of the interruption of the call, because of the bad line. Well, in English, you cannot do anything with this information. The man. There's no way to describe it. You don't hear the verb. So if you don't hear the verb, then you don't know what action is followed. While in German, that is different. If you have on the phone an interruption and you just hear den Mann instead of ich sehe den Mann, and in the second sentence you hear dem Mann instead of I follow, ich folge dem Mann, then because of the den and dem, the person on the phone might, by the context, understand that in the first case there is an action going on, like to see, and in the second case there is a status going on, so he might guess that you are indeed seeing or moving to the man, because accusative can also be moving. You will learn this later. And in the second sense that you describe, you follow the man. So it is that in German you might understand the meaning just because you hear the ending of the article, even though you do not hear the verb itself. So in extreme cases, when you're in emergency situations, then these cases are actually very useful, because if you don't hear everything of the sentence, then the cases are helping to describing the verb, the action. And that is all you need to know about the cases concerning their usage and why they exist. Good. I hope that cleared out a lot of questions, and next will be now for you to learn the cases for you to become a perfect German speaker. I thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to see you on the next lecture. Hello, 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 hello. So now that you learned why there are cases existing in the German language, let's learn a new case, the case of the dative. But in order to learn the dative, we are going to compare the dative with all the cases we learned so far, which are the nominative and accusative. So at the end of this lecture, you will have a complete overview about the three most important cases in German: the nominative, accusative, and dative. So let's start with the nominative. First things first, for what are we using the nominative actually? What verb is activating the nominative? If you remember in the first lecture, in the A1 package, you learned that the nominative is activated by the verb to be, sein, in German. So why is it activated by the word to be? Look here, in the Latin word nominative, you have nom, like nowadays, for example, Spanish nombre. So to name, el nombre is the name. So to name something, and to name something, you often need the word to be, like I name this, like this is Kevin. This is a car. I name it car. This is. So you nominate things, and therefore you need the word to be for the nominative. The nominative is around 15% of the German sentences that you speak in the all day are nominative sentences. Good, then the second case we had is the accusative. Now remember, for what do you use the accusative, the accusative? For what do you use the accusative? Now, accusative, what word is in accusative that you maybe know from English? Accuse, so to accuse, accuse, to accuse. And you can remember it by accusing somebody of an action, because the accusative is representing the action verbs in German. So everything that has to do with location change, everything that has to do with a location change, so mostly verbs that have to do with movements, like fahren or fliegen, they are a typical action, they are accusative. Or everything that has to do with senses, directly and indirectly. So all the senses, all the 5 senses we have, like hören, to hear, sehen, to see, riechen, to smell, schmecken, to taste, and fühlen, to feel. These are accusative, but also all the actions that are indirectly connected with senses. For example, schmecken is to taste, but to eat, which is very directly connected with to taste, that is also accusative. So everything that is directly or indirectly connected with the senses, this is accusative, accusative. And then we have a couple of special verbs that need the accusative. We will talk more about these verbs in the next lecture to make a difference between the verbs in accusative and dative. But most important two verbs are haben and nehmen. Haben and nehmen are also accusative verbs. Now mark for you in the green box. All of these are accusative verbs, and in total roughly 80% of all German sentences are accusative sentences. So if you learn the nominative and accusative, in total they are 95% of all the German sentences. Good. Now let's go to the dative, your new case. The dative we will mark in blue. Dative in blue. And now the dative is activated by verbs that have a non-movement. So the opposite of the accusative, non-movement, non-location change in it. So the dative is most of the time for verbs that have any kind of possession or relation status. Possession or relation status included. For example, the word to give or to belong to. This is possession or relation status, like I give whom, also in English dative, I give whom, or I give, or it belongs to whom. That is all relation and status related. So these verbs are in dative. The dative is also regulating, and we see this in a second, the time, which you can remember with dative date. Dative date regulates the time, and the dative is having roughly 5% of all the German sentences. So 5% of all the German sentences are in dative, roughly. Now, for you to compare the accusative and dative, it is if the accusative is regulating location changes, so mainly movements like fahren and fliegen, and the dative is doing the opposite, it regulates non-movements, so no location changes, then you can roughly think of the accusative regulating the dynamic actions, so everything that moves, everything that is dynamic, and the dative is regulating static statuses. So the non-movement, the static things, static in the meaning of non-movement. That is the difference between the dative and the accusative. Now that you know the difference and the usage of all these cases, let's go to the next analytical point, the question words of each of the cases. Let's repeat the question word of the nominative. If you have the verb to be, you ask for it like who is it? Like this is to be, this is, for example, a car or a man, or this is whatever, Kevin. So then you therefore ask who is it? Or what is it if it's a non-human being? So you're asking in German, wer. The question word of nominative is wer oder was. The difference between wer oder was is wer I'm asking only if it's a human being or a humanized being, because some living beings are not humans, but we treat them like humans in certain cultures. For example, we Germans, we love dogs. So we sometimes, instead of saying was ist das, that could be unpolite if you're with a German family, their dog is coming and you're asking, ja, was ist das? That could be very unpolite for the Germans because we perceive our dogs traditionally as very high beings, so we humanize them. So instead of asking was ist das, we're asking wer ist das? So like a human being. Yeah. Every culture has their favorite animal. For example, in the Arabic culture, you have the falcon, or in the Indian, Hindu culture, you have, for example, the cow, and the water buffalo is very holy. So for us Germans, it is the dog. So therefore, we sometimes ask for wer if there is a dog. We give the dog a clear humanized name. And for non-human beings or non-humanized beings, we are asking for was. Good. Now we're going to the accusative. How to ask for the accusative? If I have, for example, who do I drive or who do I see? Then we're asking for wen oder was. Wen or what. Like in English, you would translate wer and wen. In English, both would be translated as who. Who is it? Who do I see? But in German, we have different forms of it. We say wer ist das? Who is it? and wen sehe ich, who do I see. In English, both is who. In German, we have two different words. But both in English stay what, was in German. That's the same. Now, these are the standard question words for accusative, but also as we have a dynamic and moving or location changing factor in the accusative, we also need to have the word listed of where to. Where to. In German, wohin. That is only used in accusative. Wohin? Where do I drive to? Wohin fahre ich? Where do I drive to? Wohin fahre ich? So if you translate that, that is for movements and it means where to. And it is used to describe the dynamic aspect of the accusative verbs. So the aspect of changing the location. So the wohin is related to dynamic aspects. Good. Now that said, we are going to the new case, to the dative. And there, first of all, we have the date aspect, so the time aspect. And in German, to ask for the time, how do I ask for it if I would say, when is it? When is it? The answer for to translate the question word when is wann. 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 Wann means when. So the question word wann always requires the dative. So it's everything that has to do with time, asking for the exact time is regulated via the dative. Now, for the other verbs that have to do with the possession or relationship, it's like whom do I give it or whom does it belong to, we're using in the dative the question word wem. 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 That is very close to the English version. The English translation is to whom. And you see here also English uses an M because English and German are strongly related languages. To whom. Now, as you see here before, you have a humanized and a non-humanized aspect. Different. So two different question words for the nominative and the accusative. But in dative, that is easy. You don't have that. You have for the human and the non-human aspect, you have the same question word, which is wem. So wem counts for both, for human and non-human. So if I say it belongs to the man, which is a human, then I ask whom, wem, or if it belongs to, let's say, it belongs to the country is not a human being, it is a legal entity, or it belongs to the car, then I say still, wem gehört es? Wem gehört es? Whom. Good. Now we come to the last aspect of the dative question words. So now let's compare accusative. We have accusative, the dynamic aspect in here for the location changes, and therefore we need to ask wohin, where to. Now in dative we have the non-movement aspect. So the non-movement aspect is therefore including also the non-movement question word for the location, which is wo, which means where. So the question word where is regulating the static aspect of the dative, the non-movement aspect of the dative. But furthermore, you can also ask, instead of wo, where, you can also ask where from. Where from? How do I translate this to Germany? Like, where are you from? It is woher kommst du? Woher kommst du? Where from? Woher kommst du? So this would be where and then from. Where from? And this is no movement. This is plus no movement. This is static. This is not changing the location. No movement or not changing the location. This is the static aspect. Okay, these are the aspects of the question words of the three cases. Now, the next aspect is we are having a look on the articles of the three cases, the Artikel. And we divide everything, as always, in male, female, neutral, and plural, as you see here. And we will analyze the and the so the specific and unspecific form, saying, for example, this is the man or this is a man. That is a big difference. And we'll analyze it in the red nominative, green accusative, blue dative form. So let's repeat. How would I say this is the man? This is, what case does that activate? Is to be. This activates the nominative, to be. And the nominative question word is wer with an ending er. So the article must be der, wer. There is a clear relation. The question word ends with er, so the article ends with er, the male form. So, wer ist das? Das ist der Mann. Who is it? It is the man. Now, how would I say it is the woman, the child, and the children? Die Frau, das Kind, die Kinder. Die Frau, das Kind, die Kinder. Die Frau, das Kind, die Kinder. Good. So this is now for the nominative, and we are now moving to the form of the accusative. How do we say I see the man? I see the man. How would we say this? I see the man. Now we look up on the question word again. Wen. So if wer turned to der, wen must turn to what? Exactly. Zu den. So how would I say I see the man? Please stop the video here, check if you're correct in your translation. Ich sehe den Mann. Ich sehe den Mann. Now the other articles. Now let's test. How would I say I see the woman, the child, the children, plural. Please translate it, check if you're correct. Ich sehe die Frau, das Kind, die Kinder. So the articles here, as you learned in the A1.2 package, they are the same. Nominative and accusative are the same. The only difference is the male form. So the cool thing about the German language is that here 95% of the German sentences are using a form that is only different in the male form, and all the other forms are the same. Now let's go to the dative. Now if wer is turning to der and wen turning to den, what do you think is wem, whom changing to? If it is wem, then the article must logically be dem. So who does it belong? Es gehört, wem gehört es? Es gehört dem Mann. Es gehört dem Mann. Dem Mann. That's the male form. Now the female form is very different. It is probably not guessable by you. It's completely different in its rules. Wem gehört es? Whom does it belong to? Der Frau. Der Frau. So the female form of dative is like the male form of the nominative. Yeah. don't try to make a connection with two of them. That is of not use. Just keep it here in mind with blue and with this lightning. Der Frau. So der Frau in dative. And then, who does it belong to? It belongs to the child. Wem gehört es? Es gehört, and now comes the trick here, es gehört dem Kind. Es gehört dem Kind. Dem Kind. Now, it is very obvious for you that they are the same form. So male in dative is the same form as neutral in dative. So that means that the male and the neutral are always following the same logic. Dem and dem. Good. Now let's go to the plural. The plural of the dative is den. Den. Wem gehört es? Whom does it belong to? Es gehört den Kindern. Den Kindern. So, den is the plural of the dative. Now, do not mistake it with the den of the accusative. That is very confusing, I know. Just keep it in mind with writing it in blue, so that you have all the dative in blue written. Den. And in addition to den, you need to do something that you never did before in the cases that you learned so far. You need to change the noun. So you cannot just say den and then say the noun. You have to add something to the noun as well, which is you have to add an to the noun. For example, if you say it belongs to the man, plural der Mann, die Männer, then you have to say es gehört den Männern, den Männern. Or if you say the mothers, it belongs to the mothers, then you say die Mutter, singular, die Mütter, plural, and es gehört den Müttern, es gehört den Müttern. So if you have an er ending in the plural, then you have to put an n. Then you have to put an n there. If you have the plural ending with a vowel is a, e, I, u, o. If it ends with one of these letters, for example, the plural of the tree, singular der Baum, plural die Bäume, there is an e at the end, Bäume, so you have to add an n. Bäumen. Es gehört den Bäumen. Es gehört den Bäumen. So this is only in the plural form for the dative. This is the plural form of the dative. To feed you with more examples, if you, for example, say it belongs to children, how to say this? So it, es, belongs, gehört, es gehört, it belongs. And now in English we would say to children. In German we don't have a to, we just say es gehört. And then Kinder, now this is the plural of Kinder, of children, but it has an er ending, like here, er ending, so we need to add an n. Es gehört Kindern. Es gehört Kindern. Or for example, if we say it belongs to sons, like to sons of somebody, to one son, to two sons. So der Sohn is the son, der Sohn. Now if you say it belongs to, es gehört, then to sons or the sons, then you say like it belongs to the children, es gehört den Kindern, es gehört den Kindern. it belongs to the sons. Es gehört den. And now sons. Ein Sohn. Zwei Söhne. Söhne. Sons. It's the plural of sons. And here you have an E at the end. Like in Bäume, so a vowel. And if you have a vowel at the end, then you are adding an N. Es gehört Söhnen. Es gehört Söhnen. So these are the exceptions, but you have also cases where you don't need to add an N because there is already an N. For example, the school, die Schule, die Schule, die Schulen, the schools. I could say it belongs to the schools. Es gehört den Schulen. So dative or non-dative, it isn't a plural having an N already, so you don't need to add another N, it is already there. Or there are special words where there is not a vowel and also not an ER at the ending. For example, cars. How would I say it belongs to the cars or to the cars? Es gehört den Auto, and now the plural of autos, the plural of auto is autos. So it belongs to the cars. Es gehört Autos. So here you don't need to add an N because it is not an ER ending in the plural. It is an S ending in the plural. And it is not a vowel ending in the plural. So autos. So non-N is required here. So this is the plural of the dative. And that's the most hardest to understand. It's not going to get more difficult than that. That is the hardest. Now let's go to the form of the unspecific. How would I say this is a man, a woman, a child? Das ist. Now, is means nominative, to be. Das ist ein Mann, eine Frau, ein Kind. Das ist ein Mann, eine Frau, ein Kind. Now, how would I say this in the plural? These are, can I say these are a man, like plural? Not really. So the plural, as you hopefully remember from the A1 level, of unspecific, there is no form of it. You just say these are men or these are women. You do not say these are a woman or these are a man. You say these are women or these are men. Now how would I say I see a man? Ich sehe einen Mann. Einen, so you add the en again, like in den. Einen Mann. Ich sehe einen Mann, eine Frau, ein Kind. Now we come to the dative. As you saw here, you have to add an em. So logically, what do you have to add here to ein? Exactly. It turns into einem. Einem. Ich gebe es. I give it to einem Mann. To a man. Einem Mann. The same logic is with the er ending here. You have to put it to the as well. So es gehört, how would I say it belongs to a woman? Es gehört einer Frau. Es gehört einer Frau. And as for the neutral, male and neutral is the same. So they come together. And to emphasize this, we mark this again in deep blue that male and neutral equals each other. So now let's go to the plural. How would I say it belongs to man, it belongs to woman, it belongs to children, or I give it to man, woman, or children, plural. So, ich gebe es, for example, children, ich gebe es Kinder, and again, er ending, Kindern. Ich gebe es Kindern. Ich gebe es Kindern. So here comes again plus n for the dative form. Ich gebe es Kindern. The same with Männern. Or how would you say I give it to fathers, plural, fathers. Ich gebe es Vätern, Vätern. Ich gebe es Vätern. So this is with an N in the plural as well. Follows the same logic. Okay, that said, we are now going to the next level. We are going to analyze the Personalpronomen. Die Personalpronomen. The Personalpronomen are divided as well in the nominative, accusative, and dative. So the personal pronouns in nominative, let's repeat. How would I say I, you, he, she, it? How would I say I, you, he, she, it? The singular. Ich, du, sie, es. Ich, du, sie, es. If you did not remember this, then I, by the bottom of my heart, recommend you to go back to the A1 level and learn the forms again. This is absolutely fundamental to know. If you don't know this yet, you cannot advance. Go back and learn the chapters before and freshly join this lecture again. Here, to remind you, the he is related to der and to wer. So they are all related with each other. They all have the core of the he. The same is actually in English. For example, in English, he is also in the visible. So it is a patriarchic, a male, grammar-wise, a male-dominated language. So the he is also in the, like the is in the der. Yeah, follows the same logic. Okay, then let's go to the plural. How to say we, you plural, like I see you, many people in front of you, in front of me, and you talk directly to them and say, I see you guys, I see you. This is ihr. So wir, ihr und sie. Wir, ihr und sie. Wir, ihr und sie. Now in the accusative, if we compare, for example, nominative, he is teacher, he is teacher, ist Lehrer. Now how would I say accusative? He sees me, or he sees him. It would be sieht mich, or sieht ihn. So how would I say he sees me, he sees you, he sees him? Sieht mich, sieht dich und sieht ihn. Sieht mich, dich und ihn. Now, if you don't remember this, please check out the A1.2 for learning the accusative. And here you see the parallels. Ich, mich is still kept, und du, dich, the D is kept here. Ich sehe ihn. So if we say I see, he is the teacher, ist der Lehrer, and he sees him, like the teacher, sieht ihn. Sieht ihn. So in the accusative verb is followed by the accusative personal pronoun. So the personal pronoun describes where the action of the accusative goes to. So it goes to him. It goes to him. That's the accusative. Where the action goes to is standing after the verb. In this case, it goes to him, ihn. And ihn is typical here marked in green with an N, because the accusative einen, den, wen is always with an N. Okay, now how would I say I see her, I see it? I see her, I see it. So you saw here in the accusative, the female and the neutral is the same. So that same logic goes here. Female and neutral is the same to nominative. So it would be just ich sehe sie, ich sehe es. It's not changing, it stays the same. Ich sehe sie, ich sehe es. And how would I say I see us? I see us. That is close to English. And I see us, you just put an N, or the accusative in between. Ich sehe uns, us, uns. So here the green N of the accusative is also found in us. Now I see you plural. Ich sehe euch. Ich sehe euch. Ich sehe euch. And I see them. I see them. Now the last form is again the logic of female, neutral, and plural in accusative is the same like in the nominative. So we just copy the nominative and say ich sehe sie. I see them. Or sie in form of the formal politeness. I see you, miss, or you, mister. Ich sehe sie. Good. Now let's go to the dative. In the dative, you follow the logic of saying it belongs to me. It belongs to me. It would be es gehört mir. Es gehört mir. It belongs to me. Or if you say it belongs to you, es gehört, and now think about the logic, it is M plus ER, like mich, M, and you just add an ER. Now you can do the same logic here. From dich, you just add an ER. So es gehört dir. Es gehört dir. Everything here in die. Du, dich, dir. Es gehört dir. Now the same logic appears with it belongs to him. It belongs to him. So you take the first part like an accusative, and then you add here accusative, you add an N because of einen, den, und wen. Now in dative, it is not an N, but it is an M, einem, dem, wem. So you say, es gehört ihm, ihm. Es gehört ihm, it belongs to him. Es gehört ihm. And then we stay with having, for the female, we have again the India hotel, the IH, and we just add the male part, which is here einer, we add the R. So you make the IH, IH, and then we say R, the R at the end. The R, es gehört ihr. Now, the neutral form is the same logic as up here, male, and neutral is the same, so it must be also the same like the male. Es gehört ihm. For example, it belongs to him, this man. Es gehört ihm. Oder I give it to him, ich gebe es ihm. I give it to the woman, ich gebe es ihr. I give it to the, let's say, to the horse. Ich gebe es ihm. Ich gebe es ihm. The horse is neutral and non-human being. Ich gebe es ihm. But actually it is because it is das Pferd, the horse. Neutral, it has actually nothing to do with being non-human being. Es gehört ihm, dem Pferd. Okay, then it belongs to us and it belongs to you. That is easy in dative. It's just the same as in accusative. Es gehört uns, es gehört euch. Ich gebe es uns, ich gebe es euch. And now comes the master. We have the plural, it belongs to you. And there we go again with the same logic. Also in the plural here we have an N, or an EN to be precise. And we do the same here in the plural. We take the India hotel, the IH, and then we add the EN at the end. But as we cannot say EN, we cannot say in German. And whenever we cannot say something between vowels, we Germans add an N to pronounce it better. So Ihnen. Es gehört Ihnen. Es gehört Ihnen. So we take this part, HI. We take this part, we combine it. and in between we put an N, as we do in German in general. If we cannot pronounce something between two vowels, we put an N. So E and E together we cannot pronounce like this. So we say, instead of Ien, we say Inen. Inen. And to give a sentence example, he gives him, gibt ihm, gibt ihm. And now we need an object. He gives him something. Gibt ihm, let's say, the pen. Gibt ihm, the pen is der Stift. And now comes the trick. He gives him the pen. So he gives him to whom, that is dative, ihm, to whom, but to give is a movement, an action. So that is logically not dative, because dative is a non-movement, but for movement we use, as we learned before, the accusative. So here the object must be stand in the accusative. So I give him the pen. Ich gebe ihm den Stift. So here we see we have an example where all three cases are in one sentence. We have the nominative er, we have the accusative him, and we have the the dative him and the accusative den. All three cases in one sentence. Good. Now for the last, we're going to turn our analytical view on the possessive pronouns. Possession means to belong, so the belonging pronouns. And to make this shorter, I'm going to copy-paste what I already prepared, the analytical framework, onto your board. And the analytical framework needs also examples of the genders, and the example of the genders we always do with der Mann, die Frau und das Kind, die Kinder, which is reflecting the same role like he, der, sie, die Frau, das Kind, die Kinder. Stays in the same row. Good. Now, if I say, this is my man. Now the question here is, what case is this? This is my man. This is my man. What case is that? To be is nominative. So this is my man. Das ist mein Mann. How would I say this is my woman? Das ist meine Frau. How would I say this is my child? Das ist mein Kind. How would I say the plural? These are my children. Das sind meine Kinder. Das sind meine Kinder. This is the nominative, to repeat it. Now let's go to the accusative. How would we say, I see my man? Ich sehe meinen Mann. Meinen, and en because accusative. Now what is about the I see my woman, child, children? It's the same like in nominative. Ich sehe meine Frau, mein Kind, meine Kinder. Now we go to the accusative, to the dative. It belongs to my father, for example, or it belongs to my man. Then I would say, es gehört meinem Mann, meinem Mann. And em, because of, as we said, am is typical dative, like einem, dem, oder the question word wem. So everything with em in dative. Now how to say this is, it belongs to my woman, like my wife in German. Es gehört meine Frau, meine Frau. Why er? Because as we said here, everything with female in the dative is with er, like einer, ihr, or der Frau, meine Frau. Now it belongs to my child, child neutral. So es gehört meinem Kind, because neutral reflects is always the same as male, in die Dativ. So it is meinem Kind. We mark it here in blue again, meinem Kind. Good. Now, how would I say it belongs to my children? Now, plural, we saw it has always an N, an EN at the end. Den, meinen, ihnen. So it is meinen Kindern. Es gehört meinen Kindern. So these are the typical endings. We now move to the you. We will not repeat the nominative and accusative here. If you have questions about them, please check out the A1 package. We focus only on the dative. So here it's again, the basic form is of the, it is your, es ist dein. Now you adjust the EM. Es gehört deinem Vater, deinem Mann. Es gehört deiner Mutter, deinem deinem Kind, deinen Kindern, deinen Kindern. Okay, now we go to the male form, like it belongs to him. So if I say him, in English his, now here the end is with an S, his, and in English it ends with an S, but in German it starts with an S. It is sein and then em, seinem, seinem. Es gehört seinem Vater, seinem Sohn. Or how would I say it belongs to his wife? Es gehört seiner Frau, his child, seinem Kind, his children, seinen Kindern. Then now let's skip the female for a second and focus on the neutral. Well, the neutral is, as we knew before, is in dative the same as the male. So this equals that. So the same goes now for this rule down there. If I say it belongs to its father, or its owner, let's say it's a dog, der Besitzer, es gehört seinem Besitzer. Es gehört seinem Besitzer. So to make it short, the male form here equals the neutral form, so it is the same. Now let's go to the female. How would I say it belongs to her? Her. We already had in the basic form, it is, excuse me, I have to correct, not in the basic form, but in the personal pronoun form, ihr belongs to her, es gehört ihr. And now we just add to the ihr the typical ending. So it belongs to her man, es gehört ihrem Mann. It belongs to her daughter, so female daughter, es gehört ihrer Tochter. It belongs to her horse, es gehört ihrem Pferd. Or to her child, ihrem Kind. Das Pferd, das Kind, both neutral. And now plural, it belongs to her children, es gehört ihren Kindern. So that is the female version. And to cut this short, as we also know that female equals and plural in the most logics of, or at least in logic of the nominative and accusative. This is not the case in the dative, in the article, but still the same logic of female and plural is the same in the possessive pronouns. So the form of ihr is the form of the plural, like them. It belongs to their father, es gehört ihrem Vater. It belongs to their mother, es gehört ihrer Mutter. It belongs to their child, es gehört ihrem Kind. It belongs to their children, es gehört ihren Kindern. that is the same. So here the male and neutral equals each other, and the female and the plural equal each other. Good. Now, left are only two forms, which is the uns, us. How would I say it belongs to our father or our man? So it is unser, our, unser, and then em, unserem Vater, unserem Vater. And how would I say it belongs to our mother? Es gehört unserer Mutter. How would I say it belongs to our car? Es gehört unserem Auto, even though a car cannot possess anything, but relation-wise. It belongs to, let's change the examples with I give. I give it to our children. Ich gebe es unseren Kindern. I give it to our children. Ich gebe es unseren Kindern. Good. Now the last one is the you plural. The basic form of you is eure. And you learned in the A1 package that this is a very complicated form in the nominative and accusative, but it is not complicated in the dative, because in nominative and accusative there is sometimes an E coming in between. Please check out the A1 package if you don't remember that. But for the dative, that's not the case. It always stays eure, and then you just add the ending, eurem. For example, it belongs to your father. Es gehört eurem Vater. Or it belongs to your mother. Es gehört eurer Mutter. Eurer Mutter. Or it belongs to your children. Es gehört to your child. Es gehört eurem Kind. Or I give it to your children. Ich gebe es euren Kindern. So these are the forms, and for you to remember, if you say the plural of these forms, the plural of the dative forms, then don't forget that you have to add an N to them, an N to the nouns. If it's ER, then an N, and also if it's a vowel, then you have to add an N, like you learned up here already. Yeah, the same goes for the plural cases of the possessive pronouns. And that's it. That's all there is to learn about the dative. It is a lot for you, especially that you now have a new feature of a case to add an N to a noun. And what it requires for you now is training, training, training. Write 5 sentences each day, training the forms of the dative, and only train the forms of the dative at the beginning with those two verbs of geben and gehören. Geben and gehören. Let's write the verbs down for your training. Geben is irregular. Ich gebe, du gibst. Ich gebe, du gibst. Ich gebe, du gibst. So it is a typical irregular verb, and where the vowel is changing from echo to India, from I to E. Du gibst. So what is logically the sie es. Now if you don't, please translate he gives, gibt, gibt. If you did not remember that, why does that way, then please check out the first lecture of the A1 class, the irregular forms of the verbs, and the rest is as regular, like hier, geben, and so on. And gehören is regular, so there's nothing special to learn. Gehören is ich gehöre, du gehörst, and most important, sie es, because of it belongs to, Es gehört, wir gehören, and that's it. These are the forms. Now train only with these forms, with these verbs, and after you are feeling safe enough, you have the feeling you master the dative forms, then go to the next chapter where you learn more dative verbs. And that's it. You mastered to learn the 3 German cases that are the most important, and I'm looking forward to see you in the next lecture to train the dative verbs. Thanks for your time. Welcome you back for a fresh session of German. Last time you learned the dative, and today we're going to train the dative case. Today we will talk about the dative verben, so the verbs of the dative. And at the same time we're going to train the case as well as going to learn the most important verbs of this case. In order to do that, we need to compare the dative with something. And to compare it, we should use the case that is talking about the movements so that we can compare this case with the case that talks about the non-movement. So for you, the first question is, which case is talking about the movement? If you don't remember that, then please check out the last lecture. The case that talks about the movements is the accusative. Accusative is talking mainly about what we call in German Bewegung, the movements, Bewegung. So it is the case of the dynamic actions, dynamisch, dynamic actions. Furthermore, the accusative is talking about the senses, in German die Sinne, the senses, so hearing, seeing, tasting. And as a third category, please try to remember. If you don't remember, then check the video before. What is the accusative also activated by? Answer: by the verbs of haben, nehmen, and the modal verbs and some other special verbs. So this is the accusative. And to see the comparison to the case of the non-moving actions, we will now talk about the dative, the case that is mainly regulating the statisch, the static verbs, who are describing any kind of status. So you already learned the verbs that describe the status of owning or belonging, which is gehören, and you know the verb that describes to give, which is also related of a status of ownership. So let's start and repeat first of all the personal pronouns of these cases. So for the accusative, we're going to use the example of the verb to see. How do you say to see in German? If you don't remember that, please check the last lecture. It is sehen. Sehen. Sehen is to see. As the leading example in this exercise, sehen. Now, we are going to repeat now the personal pronouns and the reflexive forms of the accusative. If you don't remember what the reflexive is, then check out the A1.2 package, the A1.2 package. But in short, reflexive is basically it comes back to you, an action that comes back to you. So for example, to see is to see something, but if you see the mirror, then the action comes back to you because you see yourself reflect. Good. Then what would be the question word of accusative? How would I ask, who do I see? Who do I see? Please stop the video and check if you're correct in translation. Who do I see? Ist wen sehe ich? Wen? Wen sehe ich? Okay. Now, how would I say like he sees me. Answer is sieht mich. Sieht mich. How would I say he sees you? Could you answer yourself? He sees you. Sieht dich. Now, how would I say I see myself? Answer, ich sehe mich selbst. Self, selbst. Ich sehe mich selbst. And how would I say he sees him, her or it? Sieht ihn, sie oder es. And if you would say he sees himself, the answer is sieht sich. Sieht sich. If you don't remember these forms, then please check out the A2 package. So, sieht mich, dich, ihn, sie, es, or in a reflexive sich. Now for the plural, it would be he, how would we say he sees us? Sieht uns. Now he sees you, sieht euch. And he sees them, sieht sie. And now if we put it in reflexive, then they see themselves. Sie sehen sich. Sie sehen sich. Okay, if you didn't remember that, no problem, just repeat that again, just for your memory. So here we have all the forms. It is that you have the personal pronoun forms here. Ich sehe mich, I see me. Ich sehe dich, I see you. And then if you have the reflexive, then you add the selbst. The only exceptions are the third persons, he, she, it. The reflexive is only sich. Sieht sich, he sees himself. Sieht sich selbst, he sees himself. Or they see themselves. Sie sehen sich selbst. Okay, this is a short warming up and remembering the cases. Now we go for the same for the dative. So dative reflexive is also existing. For example, if you ask, how would I say, to whom does it belong to? To whom does it belong to? Please stop the video, check if you were correct in your translation. To whom does it belong to? Es gehört ihm. Es gehört ihm. So the question word is wem. Wem. Gehören is automatically wem. Does it belong? Wem gehört es? Whom does it belong? Wem gehört es? Okay, now, how would I say it belongs to me, reflexive? It goes back to me, the status of belonging. How would I say it belongs to me? Es gehört mir. Es gehört mir. How would I say it belongs to you? Es gehört dir. It belongs to him. Es gehört ihm. Ihm. It belongs to her. Es gehört ihr. It belongs to it. Es gehört ihm. It belongs to us. Es gehört uns. It belongs to you, plural. Es gehört euch. It belongs to them. Es gehört ihnen. So these are all the personal pronouns that you learned in last lecture. If you don't remember them, then please check out the last lecture again. So, es gehört mir, dir, ihm, ihr, ihm, uns, euch, ihnen. Okay, very well. So now that we repeated the personal pronouns, we can start right away into training the dative. Now, first of all, if you are formulating a sentence with our example to give, geben, to give, then you need to think about the sentence structure as following. If I say, I give you a pen, then the sentence structure is as following. Geben is here in the form of the accusative, even though it is perceived as dative, you will see why. So geben is an accusative, but to a person, and the person is in dative, because to whom do I give it? So the action goes to a person, and the person is in dative because of the question, to whom do I give it? To whom? To whom do I give it? Now, the person to give it is to whom, so dative, but the action itself is a movement, and the object that you give is then in the accusative, because what do I give? What, and what is the question word of the accusative? So we have two cases in one. So let's have an example on that. How would I, for example, say, with the cases of male, female, neutral, and plural, I give the man the pen. The pen is der Stift in its basic form, der Stift. So how would I say, I give the man the pen? The answer is, please stop the video here and check if you are correct in the translation. I give the man the pen. The answer is, ich gebe dem Mann den Stift. Ich gebe dem Mann den Stift. So der Stift turned into den Stift. That's the item. Because the object that is given is in a movement, and that is the accusative. So we need the accusative for what is given. Based on the question word that was asked before, was? Was gebe ich? What do I give? Was gebe ich? Was? Now, the man is standing in the dative, because the question is, to whom do I give it? To the man. Whom, also with an M, dem Mann. So the person is standing in the dative because of the question word of the dative, wem. Wem. So two cases in one sentence, and we can now train this with all the genders. So here we have male person, male pen. Let's continue with female person, female object. So how would I say, I give the woman the bag? The bag, die Tasche. Die Tasche is female. I give the woman the bag. The answer is, ich gebe der Frau die Tasche. Ich gebe der Frau die Tasche. So it is that Frau, die Frau, is turning into der Frau, because to whom do I give it? To the woman, and the woman is der Frau in dative, and die Tasche in accusative stays, die Tasche. Now what you can also do is training the person pronouns here. You can say, instead of dem Mann, you can say him, and him in dative is ihm, or her, which is ihr. Ich gebe ihr die Tasche. Ich gebe ihm den Stift. Ich gebe ihr die Tasche. Now let's do that with the neutral form. Let's say a neutral person and a neutral object, which is the child and the car. Das Kind, das Auto. So how would I say, I give the child the car? Please stop the video here, translate, and check if you're correct. Ich gebe dem Kind das Auto. Ich gebe dem Kind das Auto. So here again, we have the Kind, dative, dem Kind, and das Auto, accusative. Ich gebe dem Kind das Auto. Good. And now for the plural. How would I say, I give the man, plural, the man, the pens. I give the man the pens. So the plural of the first sentence, basically. So the answer would be, please stop the video here and check if you're correct. Ich gebe den Männern die Stifte. Ich gebe den Männern die Stifte. So Männer is plural. Now plural article needs den in dative. And now the question is, why is there an N? If you don't remember that, then check out the last lecture. The N comes here because the plural in dative, if it ends on ER or a vowel, like a vowel, for example, is E, A, O, then comes an N in addition. If you don't remember that, check out the last lecture. And also this we can say, instead of den Männern, we can say them, ihnen. Ich gebe ihnen den Stift. Die Stifte, Entschuldigung, excuse me. Or instead of the child, ihm. Ich gebe dem Kind das Auto. Ich gebe ihm das Auto. Good. So this is the way you construct sentences with the dative in combination of the accusative. So far you repeated the personal pronouns of the accusative and dative, as well as their reflexive way of being used, and you also learned to combine now the accusative and dative into one. But what you will now learn are new examples of the dative verbs. By the first example, following the same rule to form the sentence, which is schenken, to present, schenken. And this is going to be homework for you guys. Schenken, to present. Schenken means to present. Please write this down by hand. It's always important that you make your vocabulary list by hand because of the movement of the fingers. Our brains are better capable of remembering vocabulary. So schenken means to present. And now you can do the following training with this verb. You can take the list of persons, you can list persons and objects, like I made here for you. For example, the friend, the colleague, the student. And these have to stand in the dative, and then objects they're given to, like the computer, the cup, and so on. And you can form now sentences blindly by using schenken. So schenken, present. For example, I present the friends a cup. I present a friend a cup. How would I say this? Ich schenke dem Freund eine Tasse. Ich schenke dem Freund eine Tasse. Ich schenke dem Freund eine Tasse. So, for you to have a check on the list of your homework, I will write you down the dative and the accusative forms, but these forms will not be listed on the PDF that I put on the platform, so that you do not see the results instantly. You should do the homework first and then check the results. So, der Freund is turning into dem Freund, die Kollegin turns into der Kollegin, der Student into dem, das Kind into dem, and die Verkäuferin, which means the salesperson, into der. These are the results. And it is in accusative, der Computer is den Computer, die Tasse stays die Tasse, den Sessel, das Handy, die Lampe. Okay, so just the male form changes between nominative and accusative. Good, so this is a homework for you, and a new word in the dative, to present, schenken, to present. Now, in the following, we want to focus on learning new verbs that are only found in the dative or in the accusative, for you to have a broader vocabulary use of the dative. So in the following, I will now list a verb, and you have to guess if it is dative or accusative. It will often not be easy because it is not so clear if it's a status or if it's some kind of a movement, but what you should always think about is the following trick. If it can only be a movement, then it will be accusative. If it can only be a status, then it will be dative. But if it can be a movement and the status, then it will be automatically the dative, the dative. With the following example, the verb to follow, folgen, to follow, folgen, folgen, to follow. Now, folgen, how does it sound for you? Is it a movement in the first thought, or is it something else? Now, in the first thought, it is probably a movement because you follow another person, but this is now tricky because you can also follow somebody on Facebook or on Twitter. You can also follow somebody's idea. So it is not a movement, that is the status. It is a status. It is that you think about it. You have a status of your actions are going after this person or this idea. Folgen, to follow, is therefore an dative verb. So how would I say, I follow your idea? I follow your idea. Please translate and check if you're correct. I follow your idea is ich folge deiner Idee. Ich folge deiner Idee. Idea ist die Idee, and die turns to der in dative, so it is deine Idee. Ich folge deiner Idee. Now this word I said already in advance, it will be an example, so I told you it will be a dative, but the next verbs I will not tell you at the beginning what their meaning is and what case they are. So antworten, what means antworten? Antworten, if you don't know a German word, then always just pronounce it English, and you sometimes hear already what verb it is in English, because German and English are strongly related to each other. So antworten is, just pronounce it in English, antworten. Answer, to answer. Antworten is to answer. Now tell me, to answer, antworten, is that a movement or is that more a static status, or what we should also write down, excuse me for this, not only status but also the dative is dealing with relation between people and things. Relationship between people and things. Excuse me, that should have been mentioned at the beginning. So the dative is also responsible for verbs that have any kind of relationship between people and things. So to answer, is that an accusative, which is a movement or a sense, or is that a dative, which is a status or relationship between people and things? So the answer for to answer is, it is clearly a dative verb because it has a relationship between people. So one person answers the other, so that is a relationship. The same you can also say for follow. If it's a status or relationship, that's debatable. So to answer, so for an example, how would I say, I answer you? I answer you. And the answer is, ich antworte dir. Ich antworte dir. Ich antworte dir, as it is a dative verb. Okay, then for the training, to feel, fühlen, to feel. To feel, what verb is that? Is that an accusative or is that a dative? And the answer should come as fast as lightning, we say, because fühlen, accusative, is about senses, Sinne, and fühlen is clearly a sense, so it must be an accusative verb. Fühlen, to feel, comes in green to the left side of the corner. Fühlen, to feel. So how would I say, I feel the hunger? I feel the hunger. The answer is, ich fühle den Hunger. Ich fühle den Hunger. I feel the hunger. Ich fühle den Hunger. I feel the hunger. Now, the next verb is the verb danken, to thank. danken, to thank. So is that a status or relationship, or is that a movement or sense? No, danken is clearly a relationship between people, so that needs the dative. So if you say danken, that is the dative. Danken. Now, how do you say we thank the man? We thank the man. Wir danken dem Mann. Wir danken dem Mann. The next verb is bekommen. Bekommen is to get. To get, bekommen. Now, is that a status, a relationship between people, or a movement or sense? That is very tricky. Some people, I mean, maybe you argue that it can be a relationship between people because you receive something from the air, from one person to the other, or it can be a movement. But as here is the word common in it, and the B, if you put a B in front of a verb, you will learn this in the B level, then under the topic prefix, then the B means it has a socialized meaning. So something comes and is socialized. So it is a coming socialization, which is literally to get something. So a person brings you something, it comes with a socialized meaning. And common is clearly a movement. So this must be an accusative, even though at the beginning, the first impression, it might sound like a dative. So bekommen, to get, is an accusative. So how would I say he gets a dog? He gets a dog, like as a birthday present, for example. He gets a dog. The answer, bekommt einen Hund. Bekommt einen Hund. Bekommt einen Hund. Okay, now the next verb is to believe. To believe. In German glauben. Glauben. To believe. In German glauben. To believe. Glauben, is that a relationship status, or is it a sense or a movement? Now, this is a relationship because you can believe in a person. You can also believe in, for example, a higher being, like God or a God. Or you can believe in principles. So that is dative. It's a relation between people or things. So glauben is clearly dative. So how would I say the example you plural, you people, you believe the priest. You believe the priest. Answer, ihr glaubt dem Priester. Ihr glaubt dem Priester. You believe the priest. Ihr glaubt dem Priester. Okay, good. Now, how would I say, what would be the verb to receive? To receive, which in German is erhalten. Erhalten. To receive, erhalten. To receive, erhalten. Is that a relationship or is that a movement? And here comes the same rule like bekommen. It might be perceived as a relationship at the beginning, but actually it is perceived as a movement because of the thing going from A to B that you receive. So erhalten is an accusative verb. Erhalten. Yeah, all these examples we have here are border examples, which are hard between accusative and dative. And can be mistaken easily. That's why we have them here. Now, how would I say I receive the letter from the man? I receive the letter from the man. Answer is, ich erhalte von dem Mann den Brief. Now, what is that? Ich erhalte von dem Mann den Brief. Now, that is very strange. Here we have a dative and here we have an accusative. Now, if you say ich erhalte den Brief, then it is clear. I received the letter, den Brief, accusative. But just as a training here, this erhalten works the same way like schenken or like geben. So you have the person and then the item. And if you say von dem Mann, from the man, that is the person. So von in general requires the the dative, as von is a special preposition. Okay, good. Then how would I what would I do with the verb to congratulate? Gratulieren, to congratulate. Gratulieren, to congratulate. Is that a relationship or is that a movement? Now that is clearly a relationship in between people. You congratulate a person, so that must be on the dative side. Gratulieren is on the dative side. Okay, now how would I say I congratulate the boy? The answer is, the boy is der Junge. Ich gratuliere dem Jungen. Ich gratuliere dem Jungen. Now you might wonder, you know the boy is der Junge. Why is there an extra N? This is called the N declination, and you will learn this in the B level. This only goes for special male words. There are some exceptions in the German language, so don't wonder about the N now. That has nothing to do with the dative. Okay. Gratuliert dem Jungen. I just see, excuse me, that it should be gratuliert dem Jungen. That is my mistake, excuse me. Good, then the verb to smell, riechen. What is that, to smell? Well, that should be very clearly an accusative because it is a sense. To smell, riechen. So how would I say, I smell the coffee? Answer, ich rieche den Kaffee. Ich rieche den Kaffee. And then another verb is to help, helfen, helfen, to help. So what is that, helfen? Is that a movement or a sense, or is it a relationship between people, things, or status? Now that is clearly a relationship aspect. So this must be on the side of the dative. Helfen is dative, helfen. So how would I, for example, say, you help him, you help him? The answer is, du hilfst ihm, du hilfst ihm. Helfen is irregular, I marked it here in red, that's why there is an India instead of an echo. Du hilfst ihm. Good, then how would I say to encounter, to encounter? To encounter. In German is begegnen, begegnen. Is to encounter a movement or a relationship between people. Now here, that is something very in the border, but with Germans, as I said, if it's not clearly between accusative and dative, then it is more likely dative. This is dative, to encounter. So how would I, for example, say, she encounters a monster? Das Monster, a monster. So sie begegnet einem Monster. Sie begegnet einem Monster. She encounters a monster. Okay, then how would I, for example, say to own, besitzen in German? Besitzen, to own, besitzen. Is that a relationship? Is that status? Is that a movement, a sense? Now that might be very surprising. It is logically a status, but it is here an accusative. It is an exception, that's why I listed. Besitzen is an accusative. For example, how would I say, we own a house? The answer, wir besitzen ein Haus. Wir besitzen ein Haus. So that is an accusative, even though it sounds by the logic like a dative. Then the verb to harm somebody is schaden, to harm. Now, is that a relationship or a movement? That is clearly something in between human beings or human and something else. That is dative. Schaden is dative. So how would I say, it harms the business. It harms the business. Es schadet dem Geschäft. Es schadet dem Geschäft. The business, dem Geschäft. Das Geschäft turns into dem Geschäft. Now, how would I say to meet? The answer is treffen, to meet, treffen, is accusative because it is a movement, even though it sounds like a relationship between people, but this is perceived as a movement because you need to move to meet somebody. Even though you can also meet somebody online, that's also possible, but that's only with modern communication that it didn't exist when Germany was invented, when the German language was invented. Yeah. So how would I say I meet him? In German, ich treffe ihn. Ich treffe ihn, I meet him. Good. Then 2 more to go. Last one, or not last one, like 2 to go. To explain, erklären, to explain, erklären. Now, is that status, relationship between people, or movement? Well, that is clearly a relationship between people. You explain somebody. So erklären is dative. So how would I say the teacher explains them the topic? The answer, the teacher explains them the topic. Der Lehrer erklärt ihnen das Thema. So here again, person is in dative and das Thema is in accusative. And for the last, a very special verb, a synonym of to like. You already know mögen, which means to like, but that is accusative. But here we have a new form of mögen, which is gefallen. Gefallen. Gefallen means to like, and you find it is following. Gefallen is first of all dative, gefallen, and you formulate it, for example, if you translated it is, it likes by whom? By me, which is es gefällt mir. Es gefällt mir, I like it. Like it likes by me. That's a German way of expressing it. Or you can also say, me likes, for example, the song. Me likes the song. Mir gefällt das Lied. Mir gefällt das Lied. So, this is a very special one as it works only with reflection in the dative. Now, I have one more sentence as a replacement of an already said sentence. For example, bekommen. How would you say, I get the letter from the man? Can be also done the same way, or he gets the letter from the man. So, er bekommt von dem Mann den Brief. Er bekommt von dem Mann den Brief. Now, we Germans have more the tendency of actually saying it that way, even though you don't need to do this. Er bekommt den Brief von dem Mann, which is you're emphasizing the Brief. But I would not recommend you to do this because learn better the rule of saying the person and then the item. First the person dative, then the item in accusative. And that is all. So before I'm freezing to death here outside in the farm in the nature, I thank you for your time. And now it is up to you to write sentences to train these verbs. And we see us in the next lecture to discover the last case, the genitive, on your German language journey. Thank you for your time. Hello, 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 hello! I welcome you on board for a fresh lecture into your German language life. Today we're going to explore a new case called the genitive. The genitive is one of the most obvious, one of the hardest things to learn in the German language. The genitive. So first things first, it is the hardest one to use, but it is also the rarest one to be used. It is roughly for less than 1% of the German sentences. So less than 1% of the German sentences are using the genitive. So it might be the hardest case, but it is the rarest for you to use. Now, first of all, as you learned before with the accusative nominative, you learn now when are you actually using the genitive. The genitive itself, compared to the accusative and nominative, has no specific verbs because the genitive is not having any verbs that regulate it. It is that the genitive is describing the relation between people and things. So the relation between people and things are described by the genitive, and you do not need any specific verb to describe that. You will see in a second why. So to explain this further, if you want to describe the relationship between people and things, so let's make here the note, then in German you actually have already another case that you can use. The case that you learned 2 lectures ago. The case called dative. One of the aspects of the dative is to describe the relation between people and things. Now, if you already have a case to describe the relationship between people and things, why do you need the genitive? If the only task of the genitive is to describe the relation between people and things? The answer is you don't need a genitive. So the genitive is basically replaced by the dative. The dative, the case in blue that you learned 2 lectures ago, is replacing the genitive in its function. So the genitive is in nowadays very, very rarely used. You will see examples later because the dative is replacing it. You can think about that the dative is like a good product that has 2 features, like 2 new aspects. Like for example, let's say the dative is a phone, and the phone can write text messages and it can make calls. So it has 2 features. And the genitive is a phone where you can only do calls, but you cannot write text messages. So if you have product dative, the product dative with text messages and phone calls, and you have the product genitive with only phone calls, which one would you choose? Exactly, you choose the dative because it has one feature more. And that is the same in grammar. The dative has the feature, the attitude of being able to describe the relation between people and things, and several other things that you learned before 2 lectures ago. So the genitive is only one of these functions, so you better use the dative. So it's just a better product. So therefore, in German, you have a famous saying, which is, der Dativ ist des Genitivs Tod, which means the dative is the genitive's death. The dative is the genitive's death. The whole sentence is here written in genitive form, and it wears in itself, the core meaning is that the genitive is replaced by the dative. Because the whole sentence, you can also say in dative with, der Dativ ist der Tod vom Genitiv. Vom Genitiv. The dative is the death of the genitive. So the dative is the death of the genitive has the same meaning as the dative is the genitive's death. But this sentence is way more complicated. As you see, there is a des, and then there is an extra s here. So the Germans just tend to use the dative more. And on long terms, the genitive will die out. In probably 50 years, it will not exist anymore. In addition, why it is not so important is it just has no specific verbs that are activating the genitive because it has only the function of describing relation between people and things. So that is the reason why the genitive is not important. Notwithstanding, you need to learn it because some prepositions, which you will learn later in the next chapters, will require the genitive. So you now know how the genitive, what the function of the genitive is. Now let's have an example of the genitive, and let's start in our structure as always with the question word to form an example. The question word of the genitive is wessen. Wessen. That's the question word of the genitive, which is the English equivalent. If you translate it, it means whose. 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 And you see English as well as German is working with a combination of S and E, Sierra Echo here. Whose. So let's have an example. For example, how would I say whose car is it in German? How would I say this? Whose car is it? The answer is wessen Auto ist es? Whose car is it? Wessen Auto ist es? Whose car is it? Now to set it up for an example, the answer could be the car, it is the car of the man. It is the car of the man, which would be in German, es ist das Auto des Mannes. Das Auto des Mannes. Das Auto des Mannes. Or, the other way around, it is the man's car. The man's car. How would I translate this? Des Mannes Auto. Des Mannes Auto. So you see the genitive has this complication of putting an es on some nouns. You will see this in a second when to put the es in addition. So the man's car, des Mannes Auto. Now you have an example of the genitive. How exactly you form the genitive you will find out in a second, but I want to use this now further to show you the difference between the other cases and why the genitive is so complicated. So if you have the other cases in comparison, like the nominative, accusative, and the dative, then their constellation is quite easy. The sentence constellation in the nominative, accusative, and dative sentence is easy because it is just that a person or a thing is doing an action. A person or a thing is doing an action. So let's symbolize the person thing doing the action by just a circle. So this is the person or the thing. And this person or the thing does an action. And the action is described in form of a verb. So here shown is an arrow. So a person or a thing does an action. So this action, which is described in a verb, so action word, a verb is an action word. So this verb is therefore logically activating one of these cases. So you know, okay, the verb to be needs the nominative. A verb that moves needs the accusative, or a verb with senses, or a verb that is defining possessions, relations, needs the dative. So that is easy to understand. While in the genitive, you don't have this verb. Here in the genitive, you don't have this verb. Instead, you have two or more things standing in relation with each other. So let's say, for example, a person or thing, here a man, is standing in relation with another person or a thing, let's say a car, Auto. So these two things are standing in relation with each other, and we do not describe this relation in form of a verb. We do not describe it by a verb. So verb is here cancelled. We do describe it by an article instead. We do describe it by an article, which leads us to the example that we wrote down. Das Auto des Mannes Auto. So here the article des is describing the relation. It's not a verb, but an article that describes the relation. And that makes the genitive so hard to understand at the beginning. You can do the same also describing, instead of a person or a thing, you could use a name. For example, how would I say this is Kevin's house? This is Kevin's house. I would say, das ist Kevins Haus. And same like in English. Das ist Kevins Haus or Kevins Auto, for example. The relation is defined by an article. So related to or owned by is here described by an article, not by a verb. So that makes genitive so complicated. Genitive uses articles instead of verbs to describe the action happening. Even though genitive is not an action, it is a possession or relation status, and therefore it does not need a verb, it needs an article. Good. That said, now you understand how the sentence constellation works, the sentence structure in the genitive. Let's go over and analyze how to formulate the different aspects in genitive, starting as always with the article. So how the article is changing in the genitive form. Artikel. We use the same method as before to understand the cases. We are first now going to analyze the article in its gender forms, male, neutral, female, plural, and then we divide it in between the and the specific and the unspecific form. So if I would say, for example, the car of the man or the man's car, how would I say this in German? Please stop here and write it down to test if you're correct. The man's car is des Mannes Auto. Des Mannes Auto. So des is the article of the male. And if you wonder why it is Mannes, just be patient for a second. We come to this in a few moments. Des Mannes Auto. Now you see here again, as in all other cases, the question word is reflected in the article. Wessen des? Wes des? Good. Then how would I say the woman's car? The woman's car is der Frau Auto. Der Frau Auto. Das ist der Frau Auto. It's very weird to say this. We Germans almost never used to say that. Would say it is the car of the woman, which is dative. Yeah? Der Frau Auto. And now the same with, how would I say, the child's car. Like for example, a toy car. It is des Kindes Auto. Des Kindes Auto. And here we see again, as we saw before in the dative, also in the genitive, the neutral and the male form share the same articles. Good. Now in the plural, we learned this before also, the female must be the plural. So der Frauenautos, the woman cars. The woman cars, der Frauenautos. That is also for the female the same as it is for the plural. So they share the same logic as well. Now, that is reflected in the unspecific form of the as well. So how would I say this is a man's car? Das ist, please stop here and check if you are correct. This is a man's car. Das ist eines Mannes Auto. Das ist eines Mannes Auto. Now, if it's male, then it's the same in the neutral form, and here again the es are reflecting the question word wessen. So here eines. Good. Now, how would we say this for the woman? Please say this is a woman's car. This is a woman's car. Das ist einer Frau's Auto. Das ist einer Frau's Auto. Oder einer Frau Auto. Now even I made a mistake as a mother tongue because it's so rarely used. Es ist einer Frau Auto. Das ist einer Frau Auto. And now as in the plural, as before, there is no plural of the indefined. So of the there is no plural here. No plural. You cannot say there. You cannot say there are women cars. You say they are women cars. Good. And these are the articles. Now, what is important about the plural is that the plural itself is even more rarely used than the genitive. So the genitive plural is extremely rarely used. So what we Germans often do is, instead of saying, for example, the children's cars, der Kinderautos, is that we say the cars of the children. So the dative. So here in an example written down, instead of saying der Kinderautos, which is the plural genitive of the undefined, we Germans more commonly use the form of the dative. We more commonly say, instead of der Kinderautos, the children's cars, we say the cars of the children. The cars of the children. Now please stop the video here and translate the cars of the children. The cars of the children. And the result is das Auto von Kindern. Das Auto von Kindern. That is more commonly used by Germans. Das Auto von Kindern. So they use here the dative with von. Von always requires dative. You will learn about this in the later chapters. Von, like of, children. And then because it is dative, there is an additional n ending. So you have to add an n on the noun. That you learned already in the last lecture. You have to add an n. And this n is added if you have an er ending, like Männern, Müttern, or Männer, Mütter, or if you have a vowel ending, like Bäume, Bäumen, then you add this n. So instead of saying der Kinderautos, we Germans often refer just saying in the form of the dative, das Auto von Kindern. Good, now here marked in blue for you. And if you think it cannot get worse, then there is more to come. So the genitive, in addition, besides this complicated plural form, has also an additional ending for the noun. The genitive has an additional ending for the noun, which is if you have a male singular or a neutral singular noun, then you add an s or an es in addition to the noun. This means for you that if you have a noun in singular that has an er ending, for example, der Vater, the father, der Vater, then you need to add an s in the genitive. For example, I see the car of the father. Ich sehe des Vaters Auto. Or if you say the child of the father, das Kind des Vaters. Des Vaters. So like you add an S on the article, you add also an S at the end of the noun. If it is an ER, if the noun has an ER ending, like Vater has an ER ending. So you add an S. For all the other endings, for example, child, das Kind, so there would be the ending D. For all other endings, you are adding an ES, an ES. So, for example, how would you say the father of the child or the child's father? The father of the child, der Vater des Kindes, des Kindes, des Kindes, der Vater des Kindes. So you add an ES for all other endings and an S like Vaters for an ER ending. So I marked it for you here in colors. For example, if you have an ER ending like Vater, then you are adding an S. If you have any other ending, like for example a D, then you end ES. The any other ending can be anything else but the R. For example, der Baum, des Baumes, des Baumes, for example. Yeah, originally der Baum. So here you have an M and then you have the ES. So it can be anything. You now have been through the hardest aspects of the genitive. Let's repeat so far. So the genitive has the article male and neutral, des. So male and neutral follows the same rule. And the article of der for female and plural, because female and plural follows the same rule. So the key here is an ES for the male forms. If you have the male singular or the neutral singular, then the nouns receive an extra E or ES. If the noun ends with an ER, like Vater, then you would say Vaters, it receives an S. Or if the noun ends with any other thing but R, then it receives an ES, like Kindes. So this is the rule for the singular, the exception for the singular. Now, to repeat the exception of the plural, we have a look here to the right. The plural would be der, or if you have the plural of undefined ein, then there is no plural form. So you would say the children's cars, der Kinder Autos. But this is very rarely used, so we Germans more commonly use the dative instead of the genitive here and say das Auto, or if you say Autos, die Autos von Kindern. Die Autos von Kindern. So you add an N. Add Kinder. That was the hardest of the genitive. Now let's go to the easier things. The easier thing about the genitive is the next topic. To analyze in the third step with each case is the Personalpronomen. And the easy thing about the Personalpronomen in the genitive is the logic that you learned here. Look here. In the genitive, we learned there is no verb because an article is regulating the relation between one thing or one person and another thing or another person. So the article regulates the relation in between the things. Now, if the article regulates the relation in between the things, do you need a person to be put in between? Do you need a person that is supporting the verb? Like, for example, I see myself. The I says that it is the personal pronoun ich, and the myself accusative says that the action to see goes back to myself. But with the genitive, there is basically no action. With all the other cases, there is an action. But with the genitive, there is no action. It is just a status of relation. And if there is no action, we need, logically, no person who does the action. And if we do not need the person who does the action because there is no action, then there is also no personal pronoun. A person is just not needed in the genitive because the relations are described by an article and the relations do not have an action, and if they don't have an action, they also don't need a person that performs the action. So a personal pronoun is not existing in the genitive. That's, I think, the easiest part of the genitive. Finally, something easy about the genitive. Now we go to the last step to understand the genitive. It is to understand the genitive's possessive pronouns. So we said there are no personal pronouns because there is no action in the genitive. There is only a status or ownership relation. And therefore we have no personal pronouns. But possessive pronouns are indeed existing because a status of relation can be a possession. So we are now going to analyze, therefore, how the possessive pronouns are changing in the genitive. And we take our regular difference between the genders, male, female, neutral, and plural. And we don't forget that on the noun we have to add an S and ES for the singular male and singular neutral. And to make things faster, I will just copy what I prepared for you before, which is the list of the the possessive pronouns. So the possession means what belongs to me, and belonging is a status that can be put in the genitive. So if we say, this is my father's car, this is my father's car, or this is my man's car, so male, we would say, now think what we would say in the basic form, my is mine, and now we have to add the form of the genitive. So mine, what we add always in genitive, like the article up here, des, eines, wessen, we add an es. So meines, das ist meines Vaters, put an S, Vaters Auto, das ist meines Vaters Auto, for example. Das ist meines Vaters Auto. Now we go with the same logic to the woman. For the male, if we add an es for the male here because of des eines, what logically are we adding for the female? The female article is der einer. So we probably have to put the mine, and we add, in the same logic, the article ending of er. So meiner. So how would I say, this is my mother's car? Das ist meine Mutter Auto. Das ist meine Mutter Auto. Now we do the same for the child, neutral. And as you saw, everything follows the logic of the article. So if male equals neutral in the article, the same goes for the possessive pronouns. So if male is minus, the same must be also for the neutral. So how would I say, this is my child's car? Please stop the video here and translate it, check if you're correct. Das ist meines Kindes Auto. Das ist meines Kindes Auto. Don't forget the extra es because you have a d ending. So you need to put an es. Das ist meines Kindes Auto. Now we go to the plural. How would you say, these are my children's car? Or this is my children's car, excuse me. This is my children's car. Das ist meiner Kinder Auto. So here again, female is like plural, like in the article up here, female equals plural. So the same happens here. Okay, meines Vaters, meiner Mutter, meines Kindes, meiner Kinder. Now the same logic goes now with the you, which is dein, your, then deines. Deines. How would be logically then woman, your woman car? Deiner Frau. Or how do you say your child's car? Deines Kindes. How do you say plural, your children's car? Deiner Kinder Auto. So it follows the same logic as above. Now I just make a dot dot. It's the same logic as above. I filled out the rest of the forms for you to save the time. Let's advance with his. So how do you say his? The basic form, his. Please think about if you remember it. If you don't remember it, please go back to the A1 level and check the nominative possessive pronouns to learn them. His, remember his ends with an S, and in German it starts like it ends in English. So if English ends with S, German starts with an S, and it is then to the S you have to add the ein, the ein, like the indefined article. Ein, like ein here. Ein, so sein. And then comes seines, the ending of the genitive. Seines. And the rest of the forms I fill out now. So for you to save time, I filled out these forms again. Now we come to the neutral form. We will skip the female form for a second. Now that we know that male and neutral is always the same, male equals neutral, the same goes also for this line. Male equals the neutral. So this we can copy paste into this line. Male equals neutral. So if I would say it is its father, es ist seines Vater. For example, Auto. I can also say it is its child car. Es ist seines Kindes Auto. So Vater, Kind, male, neutral are equaling each other. Now we go to the her, and her itself is close to the English, to the German ihr. Ihr. As you see here, it has also an H and an R in the word. You can remember it that way. Here, H and R. We have to add to ihr also the es, ihres, and as, for example, her father's car, ihres Vaters Auto, ihres Vaters Auto. And the same goes then also for neutral, ihres Kindes Auto. And what is the form for the male? That would be, for example, how would we say her daughter's car, ihrer Tochter Auto, ihrer Tochter Auto. The same, ihrer Töchter Auto, plural. Good. So this would be the female aspect here. Now we go to the plural. It is ours. Our is unser. Unser. And now we're adding the es. Unseres. Vaters, for example. The same for the child. And for example, our mothers, unsere Mutter, Auto. For the plural, unserer Mütter, Auto. Then we have the you, the your in the plural, which is normally very complicated, but here it is actually easy. It is always just euer and then eures Vaters, eures Vaters, eures Kindes, eurer Mutter, and eurer Mütter. And now we come to the last, which is the plural. And as we know, the female is like the plural. We can again copy paste this form just down here, as it is the same form as above. And that is all to learn about the genitive. Let's sum it up. The genitive is the most complicated form of all the cases, but the more complicated something is, the less it is used. And the genitive, therefore, is used in roughly only less than 1% of the German sentences. So you almost never need to use it. I would recommend you, if you want to use the genitive, then better use the dative with von or vom. Von or vom. That is easier to formulate the sentence. Because in the genitive you have the complication of male and neutral, has an additional s or es, depends on the ending. And most of the time the Germans are using in the plural undefined the dative anyway. So better stick with the dative. But where you need to use the genitive sometimes, where there is no way around, is to use the genitive for certain prepositions. What prepositions are, you will learn from the next lecture on. It was a pleasure for me to explain in the most complicated case, and this will be the last case for you to learn. So, see you for the next video to learn the very important prepositions in the German language. See you soon. Welcome you on board today for an easy lecture for you to learn the endings of the adjectives with the dative and the genitive. I already prepared you for the lecture an overview in the structure that we will talk how the endings of the adjective will end when we say the in male, neutral, female and plural form, as well as how the adjective ends if we have an my or kein in front of them, also in male, female, neutral and plural form. This is going to be way easier than you're used to it from the accusative and the nominative. We will always work with the same example type. For the dative, we're going to have the sentence it belongs to the, and for the genitive we'll have the sentence, it is the car of the, which is, es gehört dem und es ist das Auto des. And then we will add the male noun, the man, which is for the dative, es gehört dem Mann, und for the genitive, es ist das Auto des Mannes. Now, that is what you know already, but what happens if there is an adjective in front of the man to describe it? For example, the big man. Now that is super easy in dative and genitive because it always ends the same way. So it is, es gehört dem großen Mann, or es ist das Auto des großen Mannes. So to the groß, which means big or tall or great, you add the en in both cases. Now, how would I say it belongs to the big woman? Dative. Please stop the video here and check if you're correct. Es gehört der großen Frau. Es gehört der großen Frau. So again, großen. And how would I say it is the car of the big man? Es ist das Auto der großen Frau. Es ist das Auto der großen Frau. So, both, again, with en and Frau stays the same for both cases. Now, how would I say it belongs to the child? It belongs to the child. Es gehört dem, neutral ist em in dative. Es gehört dem Kind. Es gehört dem Kind. Now, how would I say it is the car of the child. Es ist das Auto des Kindes. Es ist das Auto des Kindes. And now, as you can guess, it belongs to the big child is again großen. Großen. Now for the plural, I will say it belongs to the big children. It belongs to the big children. Es gehört den großen Kindern. Es gehört den großen Kindern. Again, the same, großen Kindern. Here with an N, because we have the dative ending. Es gehört den großen Kindern. And it is the car of the big children. It is the car of the big children. Es ist das Auto der großen Kinder. So this is all about the form, and you see it is very easy. You put it the adjective just an en in all of the forms. Now we go to the cases of my, and kein, which are in German following the same logic, as all of them are carrying the ein in it. Ein, mein, kein. So all follow the same logic of the ein, of the Now in the possessive pronouns, they all follow the same logic. It doesn't matter if there is an ein in it. For example, our, there is no ein in it. Unser, our, unser. Still, any other possessive pronoun follows the same logic as the mein concerning the adjective ending. Now, if I say it belongs to a man, or it belongs to my man, or it belongs to not a man, follows the same logic in German. Es gehört meinem Kind, my child. Es gehört keinem Kind, not a child. Es gehört einem Kind, a child. And if we have this with a man, that would be then Es gehört meinem, keinem, einem Mann. Now, how would I say it is the car of my man, of not a man, of a man? Same here again. Es ist das Auto meines oder keines oder eines Mannes. If we would say now the same with big, of it belongs a big man or it is the car of a big man, it's again großen to be put in there. So it follows the same rule in the adjective as you knew before. Now to make this short, this all goes the same pattern. So it belongs to my, not a, or a big woman, or of, it is the car of my, not a, or a big woman, is again the same with großen. Now, if we continue doing this, it comes to the same point for the neutral. How would I say it belongs to my big man, excuse me, to my big child, or that is the car of my big child? It would be es gehört einem großen Kind, or es ist das Auto meines großen Kindes. Same logic. Now we're coming to the grand final. Please translate. It belongs to my big children, or it belongs to not big children. Es gehört meinen großen Kindern, with an N at the end, as this is the dative plural. Kindern. You can also say it belongs to big children, so you don't have any of these at all. Es gehört großen Kindern. It belongs to big children. So that will be symbolized by the X, X meaning that there don't need to be any article here in the plural. So you can say es gehört großen Kindern. Now for the genitive, how would I say it is the car of my big children? Es ist das Auto meiner großen Kinder. Meiner großen Kinder. You can also say it is the car of not big children. Es ist das Auto keiner großen Kinder. But if we want to say now the version X, where there is nothing of these standing, so es ist das Auto and then the rest, then something happens here, which is an exception. So if we have the case, we're saying it is the car of big children, which is like here, marked genitive in the case of X, which means there is no article here standing. Then it ends with grosser, that is an exception. So it is the car of big children. It is the car of big children. Es ist das Auto großer Kinder. Großer Kinder. That is the only exception in all of this. So it is not ending with en, but with er here. Großer Kinder. I will mark this for you in red with a lightning sign. And that is all you need to learn about the endings of the genitive and dative. So you see that all are ending with an en in any form besides in the genitive you have an plural form with this exception. And that's all. So the same logic of e ending comes from here down here. That's all you need to learn. It's super easy for these cases. And I'm looking forward now to teach you the first prepositions. Thanks for your time and see you in the next lecture. I welcome you back on board for the new start into one of the most important lectures that you will ever have in German, you will now start to learn the so-called prepositions. Now, the prepositions are single words that are defining in which direction the action is going. So the question, for example, if you say, I go the way, or I go behind the way, or I go next to the way, or under the way if you dig a hole, or above the way if you're flying above it. So this is the direction defining word, the preposition. And by the word itself, you already see prä comes from Latin, which means ahead of something, and position is position, so the location. So it is defining the position by standing ahead in front. So it is the before position definition of the action. Now that you know what a preposition is, you also are in need of realizing that the preposition can define a case. That means a preposition is changing the case. Until now, you know that verbs can define the cases. So you learn, for example, in the accusative that if you say I go, so every action, every verb that has to do with a movement is then needing the accusative. So how would I, for example, say I go the marathon? I go the marathon. Please stop the video here and check if you are correct in your translation. I go the marathon is Ich gehe den Marathon. Ich gehe den Marathon. I go the marathon. So what is here defining the accusative case, what is activating the accusative is the go. That is a clear movement, a location change. So I go the marathon, therefore needs the accusative. So the verb or the verbs in general, they can define the case. But now you will also learn that not only verbs can define the case, but also the prepositions. For example, if I say I go to the marathon, I go to the marathon, then this word to is a clear preposition. It is showing that the going goes in the direction of the marathon. So the difference between I go to the marathon and I go the marathon is that in this example, I go the marathon, you are participating in the marathon, so you are walking the way of the marathon. While if you say I go to the marathon, that means you are not participating automatically. It means you just go there to this event, to this place, maybe to the start position, or you go to the place of the visitors. So you go to it. You're not yet on the marathon. While if you say I go the marathon, then it means you are at the marathon. You are there. Good, so I go to the marathon. If you translate this in German, you need the preposition zu. It would be Ich gehe zu dem Marathon. Ich gehe zu dem Marathon. Now you see here, to, in German zu, change the case from formerly accusative to now dative. Even though the action is still a movement, the article is now not a movement article anymore, but a location article. So this is a clear example of that the preposition can change the case. Now, as a side note, what you have to accept is, unfortunately, you can never translate prepositions from one language to the other, like to, translatable to zu, that is never 100% translatable, because there are other examples where you use zu for other English verbs. So it's not only to, and the other way around. English has several prepositions that have several different preposition translations to German. So you can never translate prepositions in each language 100%. You always have to learn to use them. But for this, we'll use colors and pictures in the next chapters for you to understand. Good. So now you have the knowledge that prepositions can change the cases more dominant than the verbs. So even though there is an action verb of a movement, it is a non-movement case, the dative here. This is only with, or the fact that prepositions are changing more dominant the case than the verbs, is with 2 out of 3 kind of prepositions. We have 3 categories of prepositions, and 2 of these categories are changing the case. These categories are called the local prepositions and the temporal prepositions, so time-wise and position-wise. But there is a third category, which is called the Wechselpräposition, and the Wechsel preposition is not more dominant than the verb. It is in a third category. Based on the word Wechsel, the name of this preposition, you can already guess that this Wechsel means the change. The change. Why are these prepositions called the changing prepositions? Because they are changing the cases according to the verb, because the verb is out dominating them. While in the other prepositions, the Lokalpräposition and the Temporalpräposition are out dominating the verb. So there is a clear hierarchy here, like a pyramid, who can change the case more dominantly than the other one. This is like a hierarchy pyramid of case changing domination, with the prepositions of the Lokalpräposition and Temporalpräposition on the top, while the verb is on the second place of dominating, and the Wechselpräposition is on the third place of dominating. Which means if you have one of these in the sentence, then they define the case. If you have a verb and none of these here, then the verb is defining. And if you have a Wechsel prepositions, then the verb defines it anyway. Because it is Wechsel, it changes as the verb needs it to. Let's have an example of the Wechsel prepositions. For example, if I say, I go behind the marathon. I go behind the marathon. Ich gehe hinter den Marathon. Ich gehe hinter den Marathon. So here we see clearly that die gehen is dominating the article. So gehen den. This is again accusative. And the preposition hinter, which means behind, it's clearly a preposition, position, location. Yeah, it says the location is behind. This preposition is not influencing the article. The only thing that influences the article, the case, is the action to go. Well, now if you take a verb that has that is a clear dative, that is not a location change, then you see that the case is changed accordingly to the verb again. For example, I stand. I stand behind the marathon. I stand, stehen. Stehen is to stand. I stand behind the marathon. Hier, ich stehe hinter dem Marathon. So this is clearly a dative case. So it is both with hinter, but hinter is not changing the case, but the verbs are changing the case. So this is what we call this third category, die Wechselpräpositionen. Wechsel, the change, because they change the case, how the verb needs it. Good. This is all there needs to be said. Now you understand what a preposition is. You understand that a preposition can change the case. You understand that there are three kinds of prepositions. These two can change the cases, and this third one is not changing the cases. It is the verb that changes the cases here. And a list of all of these prepositions with easy to understand pictures is waiting for you in the next chapter and the coming chapters. Thank you for your time, and I wish you a lot of patience for the next chapters, as it is not an easy topic, but if you master this topic, you are almost on the level of an academic. I wish you a pleasant journey. See you for the next lecture. I welcome you. Give me 1 minute of your time and you will change 100 lives. Just 60 seconds of your time to change 100 lives. If you feel that this course gives you a great value in your life, that gives you a gift, a skill that you can really use for something, then help other people, other students, your fellows, to get this gift as well, at least to see this gift, which is by giving this course a rating to let other people see that it is a great gift to learn. How to do that is quite easy. Look at this. You have your course. Let's say this is your German course. You click on the course, and up in the right corner, leave a rating. You click on leave a rating, save and exit, and that's it. Now you changed literally 100 lives, because it is in average that hundreds of others see the course from a different light, especially with your comment. So in this sense, I say Dankeschön, thank you for your time watching this. Dhanyavad, shukran, sheshe, Dankeschön. I welcome you on board. Now that you learned what prepositions are, we're going to learn our first prepositions in German. In total, there will be 3 categories of prepositions, in which this first category will be the local prepositions. Lokale Präposition, local prepositions. So these prepositions will deal with the physical direction or the location of the action description. The good thing about the local prepositions here is that they are fixed in their case. So that means some of them have only the accusative use and some of them have only the dative use. So these prepositions are not changing in between the cases. Now, how to learn them is that we will now write down each of them, and you have to guess, first of all, what is their translation, and second of all, I will ask you to translate an example for you to have a practical use of the preposition. The first preposition we will talk about is the preposition durch. Durch. Do you know what it means, durch? Now, I'll give you an example. How would you translate I drive through the tunnel? I drive through the tunnel. So durch means through. I drive through the tunnel. Now, stop the video here and translate the sentence I drive through the tunnel. And the answer is, ich fahre durch einen Tunnel. I drive through a tunnel. Ich fahre durch einen Tunnel. Der Tunnel. So if you see this besides the obvious color, what case is this? Sure, it's accusative, but the question is, why is it accusative? Now, if you're going through something, then this is automatically always a movement, and a movement needs the accusative. So movements equals accusative. Good. This is the first example. Now let's go over further examples. If we have the word nahe, nahe, what does that mean, nahe? Nahe is near something, near. So how would I say I'm near to the church, for example? The church, die Kirche, die Kirche. I'm near to the church, the building. So if you translate a sentence, you first have to ask yourself, is near to be near something or to be near somewhere, is that a movement or not a movement? The answer is clearly to be near something is not a movement. So you have to put that in the dative. Now, if it's die Kirche, what is the female article of the dative, it turns into der. So how would I say I am near the church? The answer is ich bin nahe der Kirche. Ich bin nahe der Kirche. I'm near the church. Near. Ich bin nahe der Kirche. So die turns to der in the dative. Okay, then let's go ahead to the next one. The word by. By, which is in English roughly translated as at or close by. For example, how would I say I stay at my friend's place? Or by my friends, you can't translate this 100%, but in German it would be I stay close by my friend, or at my friend. I stay at my friend. Now the first question again, is that a movement or not, to stay? Well, that is not a movement, so we go to the dative of it. And how would I say I stay at my friend's? To stay, you learned in the A21 level, the past, is bleiben, bleiben. Also, ich bleibe bei meinem Freund. Ich bleibe bei meinem Freund. That would be at close by. Ich bleibe bei meinem Freund. Good. Next word group is, if we say, for example, how would I say, or how would I translate gegen, gegen, which is against. For example, I hit against the wall. I hit against the wall. Now, if you're hitting something, then clearly there is a movement of your hand, like of your fist, you're hitting. So that must be therefore accusative, gegen. And how would I say to hit? To hit in German is schlagen, schlagen. And the wall, die Wand, die Wand. So how would I say I hit against the wall? Ich schlage gegen die Wand. Ich schlage gegen die Wand. I hit against the wall. Ich schlage gegen die Wand. I hit against the wall. Gegen. Good. This is also an accusative one. Now, how would I say left off or right off something? Or as well, the same logic follows across of the square, for example. So I'm standing here and the cross is on the other side of this place. Like I'm standing on one side of the square or one side of the street, and on the other side of the street, on the other end, there stands another person. The person stands across of me. So how would I say this in German? First question is that a movement to stand across or right or left of something, someone? No, it's not. So therefore, this is clearly an dative. It's not moving. Now, if I translate these words, they are very close to English. So it is left ist links, right ist rechts. Left ist links, right is rechts. And across means literally against, above. Against, above. If you translate across, in German we combine the word against and above, like we learned here, gegen. And then you put über, above, or above. Then you have the word across, which is the logic of you are against it, like in the direction of it, but over it. It's over on the other side, above. And then off is von. So left, right, across. Here I wrote you the translations in red. Now how would I say that is across of me? Like for example, that place. That is across of me. Das ist gegenüber von, and then me, Dativ, mir. Das ist gegenüber von mir. Das ist gegenüber von mir. That is across of me. Das ist gegenüber von mir. Or how would you say that is left of me? Das ist links von mir. Or the car is right of me, like to my right. Das Auto ist rechts von mir. Das Auto ist rechts von mir. Okay, good. Then the next one is herum. Herum. That means, if you translate this, herum is around something, around. Now, how would I say the moon rotates around the earth? Yeah. So the moon is the earth, and then the moon rotates around the earth. Is that a movement or not a movement? Rotation is clearly a movement, so that's an accusative form. And the translation of around, herum, is in the sentence, the moon rotates around the earth. Der Mond rotiert die Erde herum. Der Mond rotiert die Erde herum. Now, this herum is a bonus. You don't need to say it, but I would always recommend you to say it because it emphasizes that it is a circling movement. So use it for the other person to understand you better. Good. We are now with the next one, a very important one, which is aus. Aus. Now, if you translate it, it would be something like out of in English, out of. So how would I say, I go out of the house? I go out of the house. So you have to ask yourself, is that a movement or not? And yes, it is a movement, so you might think it is accusative, but this is an exception, one of two exceptions, because aus is always dative. It's always dative, even if there is movement described. Aus means out of, and with the sentence example of I go out of the house, now try to translate it. I go out of the house. I go, ich gehe, out of the, aus dem. In German we don't have an of, in that case. Aus dem Haus. Ich gehe aus dem Haus. Ich gehe aus dem Haus. So this is a clear dative, even though it sounds accusative. So I marked it here with a lightning symbol. Ich gehe aus dem Haus. Now we have other forms of out in German that are not prepositions, but I want to mention them here as they are important for your understanding. There are several forms that would be translated in English as just out without the off. For example, the word raus, raus, raus. This word means out and is implying a movement. So how would I, for example, say, the man goes out, like out of the bar, for example. The man goes out. Der Mann geht raus. Der Mann geht raus. Now there's a second verb which is not a movement. It's static, which is outside. In German, draußen, draußen, outside, draußen. Now how would I say the man stands outside? The man stands outside. Der Mann steht draußen. Der Mann steht draußen. This is outside. So draußen you can always use only if there is a non-movement, and raus only if there is a movement. For example, you can say the man stands outside, der Mann steht draußen, but you cannot say the man goes outside, der Mann geht draußen. That doesn't work. You have to say der Mann geht raus, he goes out. So these are forms of out in German that are not prepositions but are often mistaken with aus, and therefore I want them to be listed for you here so you have a clear understanding of the topic. Okay, good. Then next preposition would be until or to the. Until or to the. In German, bis is until, zu dem oder zu der. Bis zu dem oder zu der. So until the or to the is bis zu dem oder zu der. This is also an exception. It's dative, even though it might apply movement. So I will list it directly here to not confuse you. How would I, for example, say, I go until the border. The border. In German, die Grenze, the border. I go until the border, or I go to the border. Now, if it's die Grenze, it must be turned to der. And now you see here there are shortening forms. So zu der in short is zur. Zu der, zur. So this is cancelled, and then the R comes here. Zur. In German we say that to shorten things. The same with zudem is zum. Zum, zur. Zum, zur. Good. I go to the border. Now, die Grenze, dative, is turning into der Grenze, so it must be this form. The answer is therefore, ich gehe bis zu der Grenze. Ich gehe bis zu der Grenze. You can also say, ich gehe zur Grenze, if you would like to. It's the same, you can use it equal-wise. Ich gehe zur Grenze is also possible. Ich gehe bis zu der Grenze. I would recommend you to use zu der instead of zur, because it's better understandable for others. Good. So these are now all the prepositions that are fixed, that don't change their case for the dative and accusative, but omnius-wise, the genitive has also prepositions that are fixed, and there are 3 of them. The first one is in the middle of. In the middle of. Inmitten, you can add von if it's needed, but then it's not a genitive anymore. because if you add von, then logically von is always dative, as you see here. But you can use it without the von. So in the middle of the chaos, for example, how would I say this? In the middle of the chaos. I am in the middle of the chaos. Das Chaos, the chaos, the answer is ich bin inmitten des Chaos. Ich bin inmitten des Chaos. I'm in the middle of the chaos. Now, as you learned before, the genitive, the genitive, is more and more replaced by the dative. Here, another example of this trend, you can also say, I'm in the middle of the chaos. Ich bin inmitten von, but von is dative, so how is the article changing? Like der or des is turning to dem, inmitten dem Chaos. Would be the same, inmitten dem Chaos. Yeah? There is no difference for us Germans to say inmitten des Chaos or the inmitten von dem Chaos. Yeah, it's the same meaning. That's why the dative is replacing the genitive more and more. Okay, ich bin inmitten des Chaos. Now, another example is beyond, beyond, jenseits, beyond, jenseits. The word das Jenseits refers to the afterlife. After death, it's beyond this life. Das Jenseits. How would I, for example, say beyond the river? Like, where is the person? Wo ist die Person? And you say beyond the river, jenseits. And now, der Fluss. And what is der in genitive? It is des Flusses. Des Flusses. Jenseits des Flusses. Yeah, so you have to add the es here, as you learned before. Now, jetzt, was ist das Gegenteil von jenseits? Das Gegenteil, die opposite. Was ist das Gegenteil? What is the opposite? Von jenseits, of jenseits. It is, if you say jen, it's far, in an old expression, and this side. It's not existing in English. You could translate it roughly as this sides or this sided. So this side. So how do you say, for example, I am on this side of the border, like this side's border. Ich bin diesseits der Grenze. Diesseits der Grenze. Ich bin diesseits der Grenze. So, die Grenze is turning to der because of genitive. And that is all. These are all the fixed prepositions that are not changing their case in the category of the locations. Now, in the next lectures, you will learn to deal with prepositions that are changing their cases between accusative and dative mainly. It was a pleasure for me, and I thank you for your time. Now your task will be to write 5 sentences every day to use these forms, and be aware that you can also form some sentences of the dative with moving aspects. For example, I go near the church. Ich gehe nahe der Kirche. But even though it is to go, it's a movement, still the local prepositions here are out-dominating the verb, so that means nahe is always in dative, even though you can make a sentence with a movement. And the other way around, you might think about sentences in the accusative with non-movements, like for example, stehen. Ich stehe gegen die Wand, a lot of people are saying, but actually this grammar-wise not correct. Accusative can only be formed, these 3 can only be formed with movements only. Good. Then, thanks for your time and see you for the next lecture soon. Hello. I welcome you for another lecture for you to understand the German prepositions. Last time you learned the local prepositions. These prepositions are very fixed. They're easy to understand concerning what case they need, because some of the local prepositions are clearly not moving, so they need the dative, and some are clearly moving, so they need the accusative. But for the next chapter, the chapter that comes after this unit, it is not so clear if you need a moving or a non-moving case for the preposition, which are in the next chapter called the Wechselpräpositionen, the changing prepositions. And in order for you to understand easier how to use these changing prepositions, you need verbs, you need actions that are very clearly telling you if it is a change of a location or if it's not a change of location. And these verbs we learned today in form of the Positionsverben. The Positionsverben, as the word says, they show you the position, they show you if it's a clearly movement or non-movement that follows. So in order to understand the Positionsverben, let's first repeat the moving and the non-moving case. So again, which case is the one that deals with location change? Which case is the one that deals with location change? If you don't remember, then please stop the video here and check the first chapter, the first lecture of this learning unit, of this package. The answer it is the accusative. Accusative meaning to accuse somebody of an action. So the accusative. Now, just to repeat, what is the question word of the accusative? It is the who, wen, and the article. Wen sehe ich? Who do I see? Den Mann. I see the man. So wen, den. Now on the other side of the non-moving or non-movement side, we have which case? It is the dative. The non-moving case is the dative, the dative. Now just for training, what would be the question word for who or whom in the dative? And how would I say whom does it belong to? It belongs to the man. Wem gehört es? Es gehört dem Mann. Dem Mann. So these are the two case differences. Now let's compare their position, their location question words. The location, what is the location question word for movement? In English, it would be where to. Where to. In German, how would you say where to? If you don't remember that, please check out the first chapter. The answer is wohin. Wohin, where to. And what is the non-moving question word? Where, without the to. It is wo in the dative. Wo. Good. So these are now moving and non-moving cases, repeated. Now let's go to verbs that are specifically one or the other. It's, for example, the verb to lay something on the ground, for example. Now we will not write down any examples here, as in the next unit, in the next lecture, you will use these verbs for training in combination with the prepositions. Now this means it is a location change, so it's an active movement. You put it from A to B and you lay it down, so it's alongside its surface. Now the excuse me, I made a small correction here. I realized that I spelled it wrongly. I spelled an E, but I mean then wider, an A. So these verbs can be only used if the object or the person that you put from A to B is higher than wider. So for example, if you stand a cupboard, then the cupboard stands like this. So it is higher compared to wider. So let's say this is 100 centimeters, 1 meter, and this is only 50 centimeters, then this is clearly higher than wider. But if you put the cupboard on the ground, then it is not stellen, the movement, but legen, because now the 100 centimeters are on the surface, which is more than 50% of the object is touching the surface, the ground, and those 50 centimeters here are standing. So this is a clear difference. Here you would say higher and wider, this is stellen, and then the result stehen, and more than 50% touch the ground is legen, which is liegen, or the result is then liegen. It lays on the ground. Good. Now, that said, these are clear differences in the German language, and you can use them to understand how to use the prepositions, as the prepositions will change their case according to these actions. But now there are actions that are in between, actions that can be a location change as well as a non-movement. These are two examples, which is, for example, to hang, hängen, to hang. So you can hang something in an active movement, or it can hang without a movement. So it's just hanging there and waiting to be taken. So this can be rather a movement, so an accusative, or it can be a dative, a non-movement. The second example is stecken. Stecken means to plug in, or to plug, depends. Yeah? To plug in can also be a movement, so you plug in the electricity or the cable into the electricity charge, or it is plugged in. So both of these examples can be rather on the side of the accusative, or they can be dative, the non-movement aspect. And that's it. That's all to need to know about the position verbs. And now you have some helpful tools to make examples for the Wechselpräposition, which you will get to know in the next lecture. So, thanks for your time and see you in the next round. The non-moving aspect, the non-moving version of this is called liegen, to lie. Liegen, to lie. So here you see the difference is an India before the echo. So both words are related because in both words, the thing that you put from A to B is at the end to more than 50% touching the surface. So that is the definition of laying. It is not standing somewhere where only the feet touches the surface, but the whole thing, the whole body, the whole surface touches the ground where you laid or lied. Then the next verb to learn is to put or to set something somewhere. It is setzen. Setzen. So you take something, it can only be done with a person. You take a person or a baby from A to B and you put it there, you set it there, so then it is ending in a sitting position. So it sits, which is the non-movement aspect at the end. So you take the baby and you set it, or you sit it on the baby chair, for example. This is then that it is sitting with its ass on a chair, so with the ass on the surface. This can be only done to living beings, so it cannot be done to objects, because objects are lying somewhere, or in the third part, objects can also be put somewhere in a standing result, which is in German called stellen. Stellen. So you put them somewhere and then it stands. You put something somewhere or someone somewhere and then it stands. So for example, a statue. Ich stelle die Statue. I put it so that it stands somewhere. And that is then the result after you put the move of it to stand somewhere. Then the result is it is standing. Stehen in German. Stehen. It is standing. Stehen. So you put something from A to B in a standing position, that is then stellen, and if it's standing and not moving, then it's called stand. Now, this situation can only be done to objects or also to persons who are higher than wider, higher than wider. I welcome you back on board. Now that you learned the Positionsverben in the last lecture, so the verbs that give you a clear perspective on if it's a movement or if it's non-movement, we can now go to the chapter of learning the prepositions that are depending on movement or non-movement. This will be the chapter for you about the Wechselpräpositionen. And after this lecture, you will know how to use all the prepositions that are changing their cases, mainly between accusative and nominative. But before we start to list these prepositions, we have to understand how the sentence structure works with these verbs. So you already had examples when we were training the dative, for example, with the verb to give, that it is one part of the sentence was accusative, another was dative, like ich gebe dem Mann, dative, den Stift, accusative, dem, den. So to know the sentence structure here, we're going to have a short overview how you can use the accusative phrases in the following examples. So if we have a dynamic, a movement in the sentence or the senses, but here we will work only with movements, then the sentence structure is as following. So you have the verb, for example, the verb legen, to lie, then legen plus the item, which will be in accusative as well. For example, lege den Stift, n, accusative, n, lege den Stift, and then comes the preposition, for example, on, under, behind. We will list them in this chapter. And then you add the noun, the location, which means you lie, du legst, the pen, for example, on, and then the table. The table, the location, needs also to be in the accusative. Then as a next one, we're going over to the dative, which you form when there is no movement, static, in the following structure. You have the item, for example, the pen, and then lies, for example, or lays, excuse me, lays, so it's not moving, it lays, then on the table, the location. So the pen lays on the table. So the difference here between accusative and nominative is clearly that when you have an accusative form, then you have a person plus an action. And when you have a dative, at the beginning you have an object or somebody with whom done is something plus a non-movement verb. So here comes the person first, and here comes the item first. That's a big difference. That is logical, as if there must be a movement in the accusative, then the person or the thing that does the movement must come first in the sentence. And if there's a non-movement in the dative, the item that is not moved must come first in the sentence. You will see examples to this in a second. Now we go to our first preposition, which is the preposition of auf, which is roughly to be translated in English as on, but keep memorizing that you can never ever translate prepositions one-to-one from language to language because they often have a different translation. So don't orientate to the English translation, orientate just to the examples for the German meaning. So here drawn auf is a movement or a status where an object, here is an object marked as a circle, is going direction on something. This is the thing, it lies or it goes on. So don't orientate yourself mostly on the translation, but on the picture here. So something comes from up to down, or it stays just from the upper side. Our first example will be a movement. So an accusative. How would I say, I lie the phone on the table? This is the table. I take a phone and I lie it on the table. I lie the phone on the table. So it is a movement. Please translate now, stop the video and check if you are correct in your translation. I lie the phone on the table. Ich lege das Telefon auf den Tisch. Ich lege das Telefon auf den Tisch. If you are not correct about the legen, then please stop here and check the last chapter again before you continue, because you will need these words now that you learned in the last chapter, die Positionsverben. Next sentence. The telephone lays on the table, so it's not movement. The telephone lays on the table. The telephone lays on the table. Now, please stop the video here, make your note, translate it, and check if you're correct. The answer is, das Telefon liegt auf dem Tisch. Das Telefon liegt auf dem Tisch. So here we have a clear difference. A movement, legen, den Tisch, and Telefon lies dem Tisch, den, dem. And you see here both times it's auf, but even though it's auf, the article is changing. So the auf is not the thing that changes the article, the auf preposition, but the verb is changing the article, the case. And that's why it's called the changing cases, because these prepositions are not changing the case, but they are changing accordingly to the verb. So the verb is most dominant here. If you are wondering about this, then please check the introduction of the prepositions, the lecture which was introduced 3 lectures ago, where we talked about this, the preposition case defining hierarchy. Here you have the prepositions, they are changing the case, they are stronger than the verbs. If there are no such prepositions like the Lokalpräposition or Temporalpräposition, then the verb is the one changing the case. But if you have Wechsel prepositions, the ones we're working with at the moment, then they are not changing the case, but the verbs are defining what case it is. So the verbs are more dominant. So we are now here on the 3rd level, die Wechselpräpositionen. Good, let's continue with the preposition of under. Das Gegenteil von auf ist unter. The opposite of auf ist unter, under. So now a thing is under or is moving under an object. Unter. The example will be I lie the shoe under the table. I lie the shoe under the table. Please translate the sentence. Stop the video here and check if you're correct. I lie the shoe under the table. Answer is, ich lege den Schuh unter den Tisch. Ich lege den Schuh unter den Tisch. I lie the shoe under the table. Now the example for the non-movement is, the shoe lies under the table. How would you say the shoe lies under the table? Stop the video here and translate. The answer is, der Schuh liegt unter dem Tisch. Der Schuh liegt unter dem Tisch. Our next preposition is over, but that is hard to translate, as some translation would also translate it as above or above, which is über. Über. The taxi branch that you maybe know, the app Uber, is probably called Uber because Uber is a general, especially in the American media, often used word to describe something very positive, which has nothing to do with the German meaning of Uber. But in some way, especially in the recent social media or the contemporary media, we have Uber often used as a superlative US American media word for something very strong, often in a sense of very positive. So it might be over positive in a way. We Germans just use it neutrally, over. We say it's over something. For example, how would we say, I hang the lamp over the table? I hang the lamp over the table. This is a clear movement. Answer, please stop the video here. Check if you're correct. The answer is, ich hänge die Lampe über den Tisch. Ich hänge die Lampe über den Tisch. Now the non-movement is, the lamp hangs over the table. The lamp hangs over the table. Stop the video here, check if you are correct. Die Lampe hängt über dem Tisch. Die Lampe hängt über dem Tisch. And you see here both times, hängen is used, the verb to hang, but hängen can be in the accusative and hanging can be in the dative because it is a changing verb in between the changing verb category. So die Wechselpräpositionen have two verbs that are even changing the cases within themselves. So you have to check the context at hängen if there is a person or any subject that can do an action standing in front of it, or if it is an item that stands in front of it. That is defining if it's an action or a non-movement. Next one to go over is to understand the word in front of, which is vor, in front of, vor, in front of. So how would I, for example, say, I put the statue in front of the house. I put the statue in front of the house. In this meaning that I take an object, I move it, and stand it somewhere. So it's a movement of standing. I put the statue in front of the house. Stop the video here, check if you're correct. Answer, ich stelle die Statue vor das Haus. Ich stelle die Statue vor das Haus. Ich stelle die Statue vor das Haus. Now the non-movement aspect could be the statue stands in front of the house. Please translate, the statue stands in front of the house. Answer, die Statue steht vor dem Haus. Die Statue steht vor dem Haus. Stellen and stehen. Standing or to put, and here standing, non-movement. Hard to translate. Good, then we go to hinter. Das Gegenteil von vor ist hinter. The opposite of vor is behind. Hinter, behind. And here you see again English and German being very close. Hint, hint in German. Hinter, behind. So let's say the object is behind such a wall here. Behind, and there is your perspective. So you're the X, you don't see it because it's behind the wall. So how do you say, I put the statue behind the wall? I put the statue behind the wall. Answer. Stop the video here and check if you're correct. Ich stelle die Statue hinter die Mauer. Ich stelle die Statue hinter die Mauer. Now the non-moving aspect would be the statue stands behind the wall. The statue stands behind the wall. Please check if you were correct in the translation. Stop the video here. Die Statue steht hinter der Mauer. Die Statue steht hinter der Mauer. Die Mauer and der Mauer. Stellen, stehen. Now the next preposition we work on will be in between. In between. In German, zwischen. Zwischen, in between something. So this is the object and there are two other things. The object is in between these two things. For example, how would I say the cat goes between the sofa and the chair. The cat goes in between the sofa and the chair. So there's a clear movement. And the cat is the moving object here. The answer, please stop the video here, check if you are correct in the translation. Die Katze geht zwischen das Sofa und den Stuhl. Die Katze geht zwischen das Sofa und den Stuhl. Now, how would I say this if the cat is sleeping in between these two objects? So the cat sleeps between the sofa and the chair. Translate it and stop the video here. Answer. Die Katze schläft. Die Katze schläft zwischen dem Sofa und dem Stuhl. Die Katze schläft zwischen dem Sofa und dem Stuhl. So she sleeps, she is not moving, and here she goes, she is moving. Or it is moving, the cat. Excuse me, in German, the cat is die Katze, it's a she. Okay, then we go to the preposition of besides or next to, neben, besides or next to, neben. How would I say, I put the baby next to our grandpa. I put the baby next to our grandpa. To put in this situation as an active movement to sit the baby somewhere. The baby in German, you can say the baby, or you use the old expression of Kleinkind, das Kleinkind, so the small child, if you translate literally. It's the old German word for baby. Answer, translate of I put the baby next to our grandpa is ich setze das Kleinkind neben unseren Opa. Ich setze das Kleinkind neben unseren Opa. Now, if I would say the baby sits next to our grandpa, how would I say this? The baby sits next to our grandpa. Answer, das Kleinkind sitzt neben unserem Opa. Das Kleinkind sitzt neben unserem Opa. So here you put it, it's a movement for the accusative N. It sits, it's a non-movement for the dative M. Next one will be translated as on, but that is very hard to translate to English and has several different variations in English. In German, an. An. Please refer to the picture here. See that this movement or the non-movement is to hanging on something like a wall. An. In English, on. You cannot translate it 100% with on because on has more meanings in English than it has in German. For example, I hang the jacket on the wall. An active movement, like I hang it up on the wall. I hang the jacket on the wall. Please stop here and translate. Answer. Ich hänge die Jacke an die Wand. Ich hänge die Jacke an die Wand. I hang the jacket on the wall. Now, the non-movement would be the jacket hangs on the wall. The jacket hangs on the wall. German translated is die Jacke hängt an der Wand. Die Jacke hängt an der Wand. Next one is in, or also translated as into. in or into in German is one-to-one the same. It is in. So now how would I translate I lie the key into the box? I lie the key into the box. The old German word for box is die Kiste. Die Kiste. I lie the key into the box. Translate it and stop the video here. The answer is ich lege den Schlüssel in die Kiste. Ich lege den Schlüssel in die Kiste. I lay the key into the box. Now the non-movement would be the key lies in the box. Answer: der Schlüssel liegt in der Kiste. Der Schlüssel liegt in der Kiste. Now often the question comes up, what to do if you want to say that something is inside. So the in is if you put something in or if it is in. But if you want to express inside, that is different in German. Therefore, I marked here a star, which refers to this overview. To be inside has two meanings in German. They are both not prepositions, but they should be mentioned here for the clearance. You can rather say, if you have a movement, like you move inside, something moves inside, then you say rein, rein. I go inside. Ich gehe rein. Ich gehe rein. Or if you are already inside and there's a non-movement, then you say drinne. Ich bin drinne. I'm inside. Ich bin drinne. I'm inside. So if you say something moves in, ich gehe rein, and if something is in, ich bin drinne. For example, if you would say, I put the key inside, then you can say, ich tue den Schlüssel rein. Or you can say, ich lege den Schlüssel rein. I lay it inside. Or if you say the key is inside, der Schlüssel ist drinne. Der Schlüssel ist in der Kiste drinne, for example. It is inside. That is a complete different translation than in or into. Now we go to the last preposition, the preposition of alongside. The preposition of alongside has a big exception in its rule, as it is actually only in use for dative and genitive. But to give you an example for a movement, I will put you a movement where you can put alongside into. For example, ich fahre den Fluss entlang. How do you translate that? Ich fahre den Fluss entlang. I drive the river alongside. So actually the alongside has no accusative examples, has no accusative sentences, as you cannot put the alongside here before the noun. You cannot say ich fahre entlang den Fluss. You cannot say this. So this is just a description, an example that you can put alongside at the end of the sentence of a movement, but that officially by grammar standards does not count as an alongside accusative, because alongside would need to stand before the noun. But that's not possible with alongside concerning movements. But here you have an example how alongside can stand at the end of the sentence to describe where the direction goes. Now we come to the actual use of alongside, which is used in dative. First of all, for example, how would I say the flowers grow alongside the river? The flowers grow alongside the river. Translate it and stop the video here. The answer is die Blumen wachsen entlang dem Fluss. Die Blumen wachsen entlang dem Fluss. Now you can say the same sentence also in genitive. How would I say the flowers grow alongside the river, but use the genitive here instead of the dative? Answer: Die Blumen wachsen entlang des Flusses. Die Blumen wachsen entlang des Flusses. So it is the same constellation of the sentence, but here you use the genitive. Now, why you do so is not really to be answered. It's just the way it is. But the tendency is that the genitive form is more regularly used. It's more regular, so you find the genitive form more often, especially in South Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. They use mainly this kind of sentence, while in North Germany and in East Germany you hear more this sentence, but both is valid, both is correct, both can be used. So decide what form you want to use and go with it. Don't think about being in East Germany or South Germany. Just choose one of these two options between genitive and dative and learn it. And that's all. These are all the prepositions that are changing the case according to their verb in the sentence. And with the pictures, it should be easier for you to understand their meaning. Now, your task will be now to write 5 sentences per day and check these sentences using this overview here. I thank you for your time. It was a pleasure, and see you on board for the next lecture soon. Hello, I welcome you on board today with a special topic for special places. Today we will deal with the combination of the prepositions to specific places, spezielle Orte, specific places. So some places require certain prepositions and it is not translatable to any other language. Each language has their own logic of how to add prepositions to special places. Like, for example, if I would say, I go, in English, I go home, there is no preposition needed, but in German there is a preposition needed. So about these special location and their combination with prepositions, you will now know after you finish this lecture. First of all, we will divide the prepositions by the 3 questions of where do you drive to, which needs an accusative, wohin, where to, where is he or her, and where is he coming from, where he comes from. Like von woher oder woher kommt er. We will use these patterns to analyze each of the place names to understand if it is or when it needs an dative preposition and when it needs an accusative preposition. On the left side, we will list the place names. For example, the first one is die Insel. Die Insel means the island, die Insel, the island. So some place that is surrounded by water, the island. So now we can ask, where do you drive to? In English, you would say, I drive on the island. I drive on the island. In German, to say I drive on the island, we say, now please guess, how do you say on the island? It is auf die Insel. Auf die Insel. Auf, on, die Insel, the island. In this case, it is translatable to English. Most of the time it's not. But in this case it is. Auf die Insel, and here we have an accusative, here marked in green, because it is a clear movement. So it's the logic that you go on an island, let's say by plane or by ship, and then you jump on it, like from the ship on it. And then you add the name of the island. For example, the biggest German island is Rügen. Rügen. Ich gehe auf die Insel Rügen, or let's say a big island in the world is Japan. Ich gehe auf die Insel Japan, if you take it geographical wise. Japan to be a huge island. Then, where is he? How would I say? He is on the island. Now here on is again auf, but if the question word is wo, then it's a non-movement, so we need the dative, and therefore die Insel is turning to der Insel. Ist auf der Insel. Ist auf der Insel. For example, ist auf der Insel Kuba zum Beispiel. For example. And how would I ask, where is he coming from? Like, he just returned or he's returning from the island. How would I say this? Where is he coming from? Now, in English, I would say he comes from the island, but that is not translatable to German. So we Germans would say he comes off the island, which is kommt von der Insel. Kommt von der Insel. He comes from the island. Kommt von der Insel. Good. The next aspect is home. Home. Hause. Hause. Home. Now in German, look here. If you say house, it means das Haus. It means the home. And Hause, there is no article. Excuse me. Das Haus means the house. And Hause with an extra E means home, like in English. So now how would I say, where do you drive to? I drive home. Ich fahre, and in German, nach Hause. Ich fahre nach Hause. I drive home. Ich fahre nach Hause. But if I say, where are you? The answer is, I am at home. Ich bin zu Hause. I am at home. Ich bin zu Hause. And if somebody asks, where are you coming from? Like, where have you been before? Then you're saying, ich komme von zu Hause. If you would translate it, literally it would be off to home. Von zu Hause. Ich komme von zu Hause. Now, the next thing is talk about the city names and nations. The city names and nations. For example, how would I say, where do you drive to? Like, I drive to the city of Berlin, or let's say to the country of Poland. In German, Polen. So how would I say I drive to Berlin or to Poland? It is, ich fahre nach Berlin, nach Polen. Ich fahre nach Berlin oder nach Polen. I drive to Berlin or Poland. So if it's a nation or if it's a city, it both needs nach. Then if I say, where are you? I am in Berlin or I am in Poland. Ich bin in Berlin oder in Polen. Ich bin in Berlin oder in Polen. And if I would say, where are you coming from? You just were at this place and you're driving back. Then you say, ich komme von Berlin oder ich komme von Polen. Now, the difference here is, if you're asking where are you from by your birth, what is your origin, then you say not von, but aus. Ich komme aus Berlin, ich komme aus Polen. For example, if you say, I live in Germany, but I'm from India, for example. Ich lebe in Deutschland, aber ich komme aus Indien. So that would be the origin of you, would be with aus, but if you say you're just moving from it back, like you went there for vacation or for whatever, a business journey, then you say, ich komme gerade von Berlin. Good. Now, for you to have a further understanding that there are other ways to say that, we make a small excursion. So if you want to say, I drive to Berlin, you can say nach Berlin. But what you can also say is the variation of I drive into the city. I drive into the city. Or I drive to this specific outskirt of the city. In German would be ich fahre in die Stadt. Ich fahre in die Stadt, so you are penetrating the city border and go into it. Or ich fahre zu der Stadt is like you're on the way to the city. Both are subcategories of ich fahre nach Berlin, for example. But the difference is that these ones are only used for using it for city and not for a specific name of a place. So if you have a specific name of a place, for example, you say to Poland or to Berlin, then you say nach Berlin, nach Poland. But if you just say I drive into a city, like in general, I don't perceive Berlin with a name, you don't specify it's Berlin, just I drive to a city, or in the city, then you say in die Stadt or zu der Stadt if you're on the way. So the difference is that nach is used only if you have names of the specific places, like the country name, the city name, or also the village name, for example. And if you just refer it to be a city or a village or a country without a name, then you use in or zur. These are other ways to describe the same topic. Next category are nations with articles. There are some specific nations that have articles because of historical reasons. Most of them were provinces of bigger empires or other nations, and in ancient time provinces had an article. So you did not say, for example, Bavaria, you said the Bavaria or the Bavarian state. So therefore, as some of these former provinces split it apart, separated, and became own nations, they kept the article. And some other nations just have articles because of various reasons. Here is a list of these states I made you. These are the states that have articles in German, like die USA, because the United States of America. So states are already saying these are separated states, former provinces. Then, in short, das Vereinigte Königreich Großbritannien, United Kingdom of Great Britain. But we mostly say Britain, Britannien, or England, if it's just England. Then the United Arab Emirates, die Vereinten Arabischen Emirate. But now here important are the historical states that are die Schweiz, because Switzerland was a part of the Holy Roman Empire of German nations, so the ancient Roman Empire, the ancient German Empire. Then die Niederlande, the Netherlands. Nieder means lower, so the lower lands. These were also 7 provinces in the German Empire in the medieval times. Then die Türkei, Turkey was a province of the Osmanic Empire. Die Mongolei, Mongolia is referring, rather it is a province that was occupied by China or incorporated by China, depends how historically you see, or it is a landscape by itself, but you say die Mongolei. And very exceptional is der Iran, the Iran, like Iran in English, the Iran. That's the only one that has a male attitude. In the past, it was also das Afghanistan. I remember that my grandpa saying das Afghanistan, but now it is just Afghanistan. So that changed over the time as languages are changing. Good. Now, if you have these nations, now how do you say, wohin fährst du? Like, where do you drive to? I drive in the Swiss or into Swiss or in the Iran. So die Schweiz, now you need accusative, and der Iran, now you need accusative, which turns it, ich fahre in die Schweiz, ich fahre in den Iran. In die Schweiz, in den Iran. Now, where are you? I am in der Schweiz, in dem Iran. So this is Dativ, in der Schweiz, in dem Iran. If there's no movement, if you are in the country. And how would you say, I come from Switzerland? It's not that I'm out of Switzerland, that I'm born in Switzerland, that this is my origin. It is that I just went there for vacation and now I'm coming back, or for a business trip, for a visit, for a short time. So you say, I'm coming from Switzerland, I'm from the Iran. So how would you say from? In German, von. So how would you say from the Switzerland? Von, and now die Schweiz is turning into der Schweiz because von always requires dative. So ich komme von der Schweiz, von dem Iran. That is, if you are traveling from there, it is not to say that you are from the Iran. If you want to say from the Iran, then you say aus dem Iran, aus der Schweiz. But it's also dative. Good. Then next category are what we would call mountain ranges, or multiple mountains, or the forest. They follow the same logic. So Gebirge means mountain range, which is like a region of mountains, so multiple mountains, or the forest, der Wald. They follow the same logic. So how would I say I drive into the forest or into the mountains, plural? To give you an example, mountains, one name of mountains in plural are the Alpen, the Alps. These are the mountains on the south border of Germany and in Switzerland, Austria, and North Italy. The Alps, how would you say I drive into the Alps, I drive into the mountains. So that is plural, I drive into, ich fahre in die Alpen. Ich fahre in die Alpen. Ich fahre in die Berge. I drive like to the mountains, like into this territory of the mountains. Or if you have a singular mountain range or forest, for example, Ural Mountains, the mountains in Russia that are the geographical border between Asia and Europe. So I drive into the forest or into the Ural. Ich fahre in den Ural, in den Wald. Ich fahre in den Ural oder in den Wald. Okay, the same examples like where are you at the moment? Like I am in the Alps. So now it must be the plural of the dative, because where are you? That's not the location I am in. Then what is the plural article of die Alps? So the article plural dative ist den. Ich bin in den Alpen. Ich bin in den Alpen. And singular, I am in the Ural, in the forest, der Wald, der Ural. So der turns to dem, so in dem Ural, in dem Wald. Good. Then, what I see here, what was not mentioned before, von and dem, in a short form, we can put it in vom. We had this already mentioned before, but just as a side note again, vom is the shorten of von and dem, but I would recommend you to always say von dem, because that makes you better understandable. Good. Now I'm coming from the mountains, from the Alps. That is, by the German definition, the logic of out of. You're coming out of this territory. You're going out of it. So it is aus, and then plural, aus den Alpen. Aus den Alpen. Ich komme aus den Alpen. Ich komme aus den, and here we actually need Bergen. Now I added for you an N here at Bergen. That was missing because of the dative. You need to add this. Ich komme aus den Bergen. Oder ich bin in den Bergen. Now, how would I say I am in the forest? Singular, the forest. Or I'm in the Ural. So, ich bin in dem Ural. Ich bin in dem Wald. So this is everything about the mountain ranges or the forest. Now we're going to single mountains or provincial, like countryside places where there are few people living, which is in German der Berg, the mountain, and ländliche Provinzen, which is rural provinces, ländliche Provinzen. Ländlich means rural in German. Ländliche Provinzen. Okay, if I would define rural, I mean, that's completely depending on your personal feeling, but it is roughly, if you have a village with less than 1,000 people, that is definitely perceived as ländlich, as rural. Okay, how would I say? I go to the countryside. I go to the countryside. In German, it has the logic of the countryside is a territory and you go on it like an island. So how do you say I go to the countryside? That is, ich gehe auf das Land. Ich gehe auf das Land, like on the island, the same logic. Ich gehe auf das Land. Now, how would you say this for a mountain? I go on the mountain. There is logic that you need the auf. And as an example, you can say ich gehe auf den Berg. And here, one specific mountain in Germany, the highest mountain we have is called Zugspitze. Spitze means peak, and Zug can refer to be train, but can also be Zug is the wind that blows into your neck. That is also called der Zug, which is then the peak of this cold wind, Zugspitze. So ich gehe auf den Berg oder auf das Land. Now, if I'm on the countryside or I'm on the mountain, we change it to dative. So what would that be? Please check if you're correct, translate it by yourself. I'm on the mountain, I'm on the countryside. Ich bin auf dem Berg, ich bin auf dem Land. In English, we would say on the countryside, in the countryside, depends how you define it. More on the countryside. Now, I come from the countryside, like I'm coming back, or I'm coming from the mountain. I was on the mountain and now I'm climbing down. Then you would say von dem Land, von dem Berg, von der Zugspitze. Ich komme von der Zugspitze, von dem Berg, von dem Land, from. Good. Now the next category is everything that has to do with water. In German, if you say like categories of water, you call them Gewässer. Gewässer can include everything from a small pond or a small river to a big ocean. So how would I say, now I go to the lake or the river or the ocean? I go to, or I drive to, in this case, is an den Fluss. You probably thought of zu, but in this case, it's an den Fluss because the logic is that the river or the water, whatever, let's say this is the water, and then you're driving by car on the shore, like this is the shore, you know, like the ocean, it's a beach probably, on the shore, and that's the logic behind this. An den Fluss, an den See, an den Ozean. So that is an den because they're all male, and the only exception that is not male with water is the sea. In German, the sea. And here we have a false friend because See in German means lake, and See in English means in German das Meer. Das Meer. So ich fahre an das Meer, or in short, ans Meer. Ich fahre an das Meer oder ans Meer. Good, so then the question, where am I? I'm at the lake, at the river, at the ocean, at the sea. Now, this is all of the same form. In dative, neutral and male are the same article. So it is dem, an dem. Ich bin an dem Fluss. I'm at the river. An dem. And in short, an dem can be am, but I recommend you to say an dem. And this is to be translated like at the coastline of the water. If you want to say I'm in the water, I'm in the ocean, or I'm in the lake, then like you're swimming, you say in dem Fluss, in dem See, oder in dem Meer baden. And if you're on a ship, if you say like I'm a ship, I'm driving over the ocean, then you say auf dem Meer, because you're like physically on it, not in it, but on it. Auf dem Meer is if you're on a cruise line or on a ship, and in dem Meer is if you're swimming in it, and an dem Meer is if you are at the coastline of it. So here the examples I wrote down: in the water, if you're in the water, and if driving ship on the water, then auf dem Meer. Good. And now for the last, it is I'm coming from the lake, from the river, and so on. So that is the same as von dem Land, it is von dem See. Same logic, von dem See, von dem Fluss, and so on. Next category is to be in closed rooms. For example, if you are in a shop, so geschlossene Räume means closed rooms. And how would I say I go in the shop, like into the shop, if you translate it literally, into the shop, to enter it. So wohin fährst du? I drive into the shop, or I go into the shop. Not driving into it by car. Ich gehe in den Laden. Ich gehe in den Laden. In the shop. The shop, their shop. So that would be if you are entering the building from close distance. If you say I go to the shop, then you say ich gehe zu dem Laden. But we come to this in a second. So if you enter it, ich gehe in den Laden. Then where are you then? How would you say I'm in the shop? Ich bin in dem Laden. Ich bin in dem Laden. I'm in the shop. So im or in dem. And if I say I'm coming from the shop, like it would be literally closed room, I'm coming out of, like I'm going out of it. So how do you say out of? The answer is aus dem Laden. Aus dem Laden. Aus dem Laden. Next category are public buildings. And that's the most sophisticated category, because we have here two logic differences. The first logic is you can use public buildings. I mean, public buildings in the sense of public can go there. It can be from a public supermarket to a public library to, for example, also an office of a company, which might be not public because not everybody can go there. You need to work there to be allowed to go there, but it is like public because it's not your private place there. So you have two logics here. The first logic of public buildings is that it is a public building where are you repeatedly going on long-term terms. So it has a social function for you, which is, for example, you are working there or you are studying there. So you go there repeatedly, very often. And the second thing is, the second category, if it's just perceived as a physical place for you, so you're not permanently going there. It's a physical place because you're not permanently going there. For example, you're going to the bus station, or you're going to a library. Let's say you don't work in the library, you just go there to get a book once in a while, like once every half a year, for example. That would be then a different category. Now, for you to see the difference between these categories, let's make an example. If I, for example, say Let's say I'm a student, I go to school, or I'm an employee, I go into the office. How would I say I go into the office? Then I say, ich gehe in das Büro, or I go into the school. Ich gehe in die Schule. Ich gehe in die Schule. In das Büro, in die Schule. So this is in the. Now, contrarily, if I say I go there very few times and I don't go there regularly, for example to the library, then I say ich gehe zu der Bibliothek. That is completely different, as you see. Zu is here needed, like the same logic as zu Hause. Wo bin ich? Ich bin zu Hause. Here it is I go. And this is exceptionally, in addition, also dative, because zu always requires the dative. Zu always requires the dative. So if it's a public building, then you use zu. And this zu is more frequently used in the all-day life expressions because you mostly go to places where you don't go so often, like for example to a supermarket, to the cinema, to the library. While if you say, hey, I'm working there, then you say in the. So let's have an example. If I go to the library, I don't work there, then I say ich gehe zu der Bibliothek. But let's say I'm working there. I'm working in the library, so I go there regularly, then you would say what? Exactly, you would say ich gehe in die Bibliothek. In die Bibliothek. Because you work there. So that's the difference. It's a slight difference that most mother tongue Germans are actually not really using or understanding the difference. It's very hard for me to keep myself disciplined to use it in that way, but that's how the official grammar works. And that's for you to now understand why we say zu and use the dative here. Good. How would I say where am I? So place, non-movement, dative. I am in der Schule. Ich bin in der Schule. Ich bin in dem Büro. Same logic with Bibliothek, library. Ich bin in der Bibliothek, library. And where I'm coming from is I just came from school or from the office, von der Schule oder von dem Büro. Or ich komme aus der Bibliothek. That's now a different. Aus der Bibliothek. That's very different. So if you're coming from the library and you don't go there often, then you come out of it, out of the building. That's a big difference. But as I said, most mother tongues are not really seeing the difference between, so they use one of the other. So you cannot expect a German mother tongue to understand the difference and to use it. But for you, most important will be these forms here. That is most frequently used. Next category is the word of to work. Like I'm going to my workplace. Ich gehe zur Arbeit. Ich gehe zur Arbeit. That is also zu, even though it is that you go there regularly. I can completely understand your confusion here because it is absolutely contradictory to the rule of here. But this word Arbeit is not a specific building. So that means the category here is about specific buildings. So say Gebäude, which means building, public building. And this is a specific building. The school, the office is a specific building type. The library is a specific building type. But Arbeit is an idea. It's not a specific building. Arbeit does not need to be the building. Ich gehe zur Arbeit can, for example, be, let's say, you go into an office, then you go to a building, but it is not that the office is the Arbeit, it is what you do there. So, for example, if you do home office, then you don't go to a specific building, you stay at home, but you still, ich gehe zur Arbeit, you go to work. So you're going, for example, from your sleeping room to your working room, for example. Or if you're working in the forest, then you also don't say, I go to forest. You say, I'm going to work. Let's say you're a forest worker. And then you say, I go to work. But the forest is your office in this case, but it's not a building. It's not perceived as a building. So therefore, Arbeit has an extra logic because it is an idea behind it of a sphere where you do your daily working activity. So ich gehe zu der oder zur Arbeit. Then when I say I'm at work, then I say I'm literally, you say I'm on the work, is in German, ich bin auf der Arbeit. Ich bin auf der Arbeit. And for the coming from the work, ich komme von der Arbeit. Ich komme von der Arbeit. So a complete different logic with the word work. Now for the last, we're going to the people. You're going to know how to say I go to a person. In German, for example, I go to, let's say, to Thomas, to my friend Thomas. I go to Thomas. I would say ich gehe zu Thomas. Ich gehe zu Thomas. Or if I go to a family member, like a social role, like grandma, then I say ich gehe, and then you need a title because it's a social role. It's not a person's name, it's a social role. So ich gehe zu der Großmutter oder zu der Oma. Oma is an informal word for grandma. The official word is Großmutter, great mother, if you translate it, but Oma is the informal one. So ich gehe zu der Oma. I go to the grandma. In German we say to the. In English we would just say grandma, but we Germans have a title for them. So here, der is needed. Then also an article is needed for profession, like I go to the doctor, for example. Ich gehe zu dem Arzt. I go to the doctor. Ich gehe zu dem Arzt. Then the same we can do now, where am I? And that is quite the same logic as everything here needs zu. Then you have to say you are near. In German we say near somebody, which is bei. Bei. Ich bin bei Thomas, so ich bin bei plus the name, bei der Oma oder bei dem Arzt. Short beim. Bei dem Arzt. Short beim. Good. Then I'm coming from, and there it goes the same way. You're saying from, it's like, in this case, like work. So von Thomas, ich komme von Thomas, von der Oma, von dem Arzt. And that's it. These are all the special locations that you need to know in German. It feels quite tough. I can completely understand this. This is overwhelming at the beginning, but you just need to write everything 5 times over several weeks, and you will not forget it. It's just a matter of training. Good. Now, that said about the special places, I'm very glad that I could give you such an overview of places. For years, my students were asking me always about all these exceptions, and I managed to make the whole list. I hope this will be of use for you, and it will answer all your questions. Thanks a lot for your time, and see you shortly for the next lecture. Welcome you back on board for another journey into the German grammar life. Today we will deal with this topic of the prepositions. Before you learned all the local preposition usages, so everything that has to do with the physical direction, but now we're going to move into the time prepositions. So you will learn everything to set the time concerning the prepositions. Now, first of all, what means temporale Präpositionen? What is a temporal preposition? Temporal comes from tempus in Latin, which means die Zeit, the time in German. So everything about the time is said here. At the end of the lecture, you will know how to make a difference between the prepositions of the time, and you can learn to describe what time you want to, for example, meet, or when you want to work, and so on. So we will divide the time prepositions in between accusative prepositions, then into dative prepositions and to genitive prepositions. As the temporal prepositions are not as clear as the local prepositions, it might be harder to guess what case they need to have. Therefore, we will not guess it like in the last lectures what case the preposition needs, because that would lead you into very disappointing results. We will therefore from the beginning on put the prepositions in a good overview list so that you are clear and not confused from the beginning. Let's systematically start with the accusative. If we, for example, ask for how long something is in a time process, how long is, for example, the work, then we can use the following prepositions. Wie lange, how long, leads us, for example, to the preposition of for a month, which is für. The preposition für is here time-wise in the accusative. Für. Now, how would I, for example, say, I plan for a month. I plan for a month. Now, stop the video here, write down your translation and check if you are correct. I plan for a month. Ich plane für einen Monat. Ich plane für einen Monat. Ich plane für einen Monat. Now, the next preposition to go with the accusative is über. Über. You already learned this in the local prepositions, as it means above or above. In time-wise settings, it means longer than or over, for example, a week. Longer than, over. For example, how would I say it needs over a day? It needs over a day, for example, to produce something. It needs over a day. Stop the video here and check if you are correct. It needs over a day ist, es braucht über einen Tag. Es braucht über einen Tag. For example, to produce something, etwas zu produzieren. Es braucht über einen Tag. Now, the next one is until, in German bis. Bis, until, bis. How would I, for example, say it takes until next Wednesday? It takes until next Wednesday. You can also translate it with it endures until next Wednesday. In German, that is, es dauert bis nächsten Mittwoch. Es dauert bis nächsten Mittwoch. It takes until next Wednesday. Es dauert bis nächsten Mittwoch. So these are the three prepositions for the question how long. Now the next question to answer is at what time? At what time? Now how do you translate the question at what time? The answer is wie viel Uhr? Wie viel Uhr? At what time? Wie viel Uhr? Now, if I, for example, want to say we meet at and then plus specific time, I use the preposition we meet at a specific time. How would I, for example, say we meet at the midday time, so the lunch time. We meet at midday time, at lunchtime. The answer is we meet, wir treffen, us, uns, we meet us at lunchtime. Wir treffen uns die Mittagszeit. Wir treffen uns die Mittagszeit. We meet us at lunchtime. Wir treffen uns die Mittagszeit. Now, if we say not at a specific time, but around this specific time, we meet us around. That is, wir treffen uns gegen. So that is like around that time. How would we, for example, say, we meet us around the lunchtime, midday time. We meet us around lunchtime. Wir treffen uns gegen die Mittagszeit. Wir treffen uns gegen die Mittagszeit. Now you can also say a specific time in number-wise. For example, how would I say, we meet us at 12? Wir treffen uns 12. Or we meet us around 12. Wir treffen uns gegen 12. So these are all the time-wise prepositions for the accusative. Now let's move to the dative. Here the first question we have to ask us is when. Wann. When. Wann. Now the first preposition here is asking or describing a moment from a point, saying this and this will happen from that moment on. For example, with the German translation ab, if I would say, I am free from this month on, I am free from this month on, like I have vacation from this month on. How would I say this? I am free from this month on. The answer is, ich bin ab diesem Monat frei. Ich bin ab diesem Monat frei. Now this would be from this month on. This from you are using only in the present and the future time. Because if you want to say the past time, you're using the word since. So if you would, for example, like to say, I was free from that month on, since, then you will refer to the word seit. So how would you translate, I do sport since last year? For example, I do sport since last year. Stop the video here, translate and check if you're correct. Ich mache seit letztem Jahr Sport. Ich mache seit letztem Jahr Sport. So this is dative with an M. Ich mache seit letztem Jahr Sport. The next one is, if I want to say the combination from until something or from at most. For example, from today on until tomorrow, I will finish this lecture. In German that is von bis zu oder bis zum. From until. How would I, for example, say, we are closed from this Monday until winter. We are closed from this Monday until winter. The answer is, wir haben, so we are closed ist, wir haben geschlossen from this Monday, von diesem Montag until winter, bis zu dem Winter, until the winter. We are closed from this Monday until the winter. Next preposition is an dem. For example, on Monday. Am Montag, an dem Montag. How would I, for example, say on Eastern Sundays, plural, on Eastern Sundays, my grandma goes to church. That would be on Easter Sundays. An Ostersonntagen, Eastern, the Christian festival of Eastern, Ostern, Sonntagen, plural, days. And here we have Tagen and N because it is dative. An den Ostersonntagen goes my grandma into the church. Geht meine Oma in die Kirche. An Ostersonntagen geht meine Oma in die Kirche. I just realized that I mispronounced Kirche. That is the only verbal mistake I do in my High German. That is an accent from my region. In German, we have roughly about 30 accents, as the German language, the High German that you learn, is actually quite young. It is only unified and most spoken in the last 150 years. So Kirche, this, excuse me, church, you pronounce not Kirche, but Kirche. Kirche, that's an E. Kirche. In my province, we say Kirche, but it is Kirche. Excuse me for this. So Kirche, after 5 years of being a language teacher, I still have to get used to pronounce Kirche. Okay, so next, how would we, for example, translate on the weekends we are closed? You see that on shops sometimes shown. On the weekends we are closed, or we are closed on weekends. On the weekends, so that would be, please stop the video here and translate. Wir sind am Wochenende geschlossen. Wir sind am Wochenende geschlossen. We are closed on the weekend or on weekends. So am is the short version of an dem. I would recommend you to always say an dem, as you're better understandable by others. Now, next one is between, zwischen, between, zwischen. So how would I say, I stay at home between the 6th and the 9th month. So for example, at pregnancy for the woman, how would you translate I stay at home between the 6th and the 9th month? The answer is I stay, ich bleibe, between the 6th, zwischen dem 6. and 9th month und 9. Monat zu Hause. Ich bleibe zwischen dem 6. und 9. Monat zu Hause. Next preposition is nach, after, nach. I would, for example, say, after the exam, I meet my friend, my girlfriend, for example. After the exam, I meet my girlfriend. The answer is nach dem Examen, Dativ, treffe ich meine Freundin. Nach dem Examen treffe ich meine Freundin. The last one in this category is in the, short im. For example, how would I say, I go in the summer? I go in the summer. Answer, ich gehe im Sommer. Ich gehe im Sommer. You can lengthen the im in form of in dem Sommer. In dem Sommer. Ich gehe in dem Sommer. Ich gehe im Sommer. Good. This is all about the dative. Now let's move to the genitive. There we have 3 examples. 3 prepositions, starting with the preposition during. Während. During. Während. How would I, for example, say, during the whole day, I was at home. During the whole day, I was at home. Während des ganzen Tages war ich zu Hause. Während des ganzen Tages war ich zu Hause. So here we have der Tag, so we need des, and we have to add an es because of the genitive. Während des ganzen Tages war ich zu Hause. During the whole day, I was at home. Now, for the next, we have innerhalb. Innerhalb, which you can translate as within the time period. within. It's like a time frame limitation. How would I say finish the project within a month? As an order from work, for example. Finish the project within a month. Stop the video here, check if your translation was correct. Beende das Projekt innerhalb eines Monats. Beende das Projekt innerhalb eines Monats. So hier eines Monats. And was ist das Gegenteil von innerhalb? What is the opposite of innerhalb? It is außerhalb. Outside. In a time frame, you can use outside, for example, with the translation example, don't come outside of our opening times. Do not come outside of our opening times. So how do you translate this? Like come you, kommen Sie, not, nicht, kommen Sie nicht außerhalb unserer Öffnungszeit. Kommen Sie nicht außerhalb unserer Öffnungszeit. Oh, excuse me, Öffnungszeiten, plural. Öffnungszeiten. Good. Kommen Sie nicht außerhalb unserer Öffnungszeiten. Now, these are all the temporal prepositions that the German language has, but there are few other prepositions that do not belong to time, neither to space or to the local prepositions. And I want to list them here. They are very important. So others, no time, no location, are for the accusative the word ohne. Ohne. That means without, without, ohne, without, ohne. Now, how would I, for example, say, I go without the man. I go without the man. Ich gehe ohne den Mann. Akkusativ. Ohne den Mann. Now, the dative has two to offer, which are, first of all, mit, with, mit. That is a very popular, very often appearing preposition. With, mit, and is always dative. How would I say, I sing with my colleague, with my female colleague, for example, at karaoke night. I sing with my colleague. Ich singe mit meiner Kollegin. Die Kollegin is turning into meiner Kollegin, er at the end. Then how would I say, how would I use the word außer, which means but, except, außer, but, except, außer. For example, everybody goes, but the man. Everybody goes or leaves, but the man. Jeder geht außer dem Mann. Außer dem Mann. Jeder geht außer dem Mann. And the last is a genitive one, which is wegen, because of, wegen, because of, wegen, because of. For example, the famous quote of somebody does something because of money only. It's a very famous quote in a lot of movies. So how would you say, I do something because of the money only? That would be, ich mache das nur, I do that only because of, wegen des Geldes, the money, des Geldes, des Geldes. So here you have again the es. Okay, now these are all the prepositions there are in the German language. I congratulate you for now finally having all the overview that you need. Now it's up to you to train these prepositions on a daily basis. How to train them, we will have an exercise in the next lecture. But It doesn't matter how many papers, how many exercises you would get from somebody. At the end, you have to do it, and the best way to do it is that you are writing your own sentences, and you then check with this overview and with Google Translator if these sentences were correct. This is all you need to know. Now you have an overview based on colors and for the Wechsel preposition even on pictures. Now train, and I'm looking forward to greet you maybe one time in Germany with a mother tongue level. I wish you good success. See you for the training in the next lecture. Thanks for your time.